All right, here we go. Hey, everybody. Welcome. I am Corey Strasburger. I'm the creator behind Xanadu, which is sort of like a YouTube show that's involving a whole cast of virtual characters that I bring to life using the Unreal Engine. Should this be my slide up here, or? There we go. Cool. You guys probably saw Blue's giant face during the keynote yesterday. I love characters, especially sci-fi, larger-than-life ones. And so today I want to give you guys an overview of the process and the tools that I use to create my Xanadu characters, and really how I help them feel emotionally real, right? Because we want our characters to inspire an emotional response in the audience. It's not an easy thing to do. I definitely don't have all the recipes for doing that, but I've discovered a couple along the way. And so that's what we're going to kind of dive into today. Before we dive in, how many of you guys are actually using AI in your workflows right now? So, okay, pretty much a lot of you guys. That's kind of what I figured. Yeah, I mean, the elephant in the room is that AI is a hot topic. Some people are super stoked about it. Some people are really panicked about it. I kind of fluctuate between the two of them. I imagine most of you guys are similar. Personally, I'm embracing and exploring these tools, a lot of them in my workflows. With that said, I also highly support slowing things down if that was ever a possibility. I think that it's all moving really, really fast. I would like to just, if nothing else, be able to enjoy some of the breakthroughs before there's already the next breakthrough and the next breakthrough. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'd be happy with AI of a year ago or 2 years ago still. So hopefully there's opportunities that we can kind of collectively slow things down for a bunch of reasons. But I just want to throw that out there because I know that people are very sensitive, and this presentation's got a lot of AI involved. So cool, we're gonna just jump right in. For those of you who are unfamiliar with my content, I'm just gonna play a little bit of an edit that's kind of a hack together of some episodes or things that I've made, so you get a sense of the characters that I've built and sort of the process that I'm about to show you kind of derived from this. So let's play this. This should have audio, guys. Thanks.
How's it going, Galaxy? I'm Blue. This here's Chatterbox.
Don't listen to him. That's just what everyone calls me.
I don't call you that. I like head monkey or shit stick.
And that's Ugloid. And we're the alter egos of this dude who lives vicariously through us from his DIY home studio.
Boom. And with these maniacs, I make a YouTube show called Xanadu. Xanadu is a playground I'm building where I get to explore and express a few wild facets of my personality.
Like be a renegade alien with an electric mohawk who's building an empire.
Or a jaded villainous toad who crushes his pathetic opponents. Ha 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 ha. What can I say? Being a total a-hole is fun too.
Whoa. That's so not legit. You can't just hack my hyper shields.
Ha! Legit or not, I just smoked half your fleet. Deal with it, Smurf chicken.
So far, I've hung out on spaceships, breakdanced on Mars, survived space battles, trained to be in Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which sadly didn't happen. But this happened. And apparently, I can breathe in space.
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
I've also been Baby Yoda and Mandau, this handsome Blurg,
What's up, everybody?
and this mute Jedi frog.
And we've hung with a And the best part? Corey does it all in his pajamas. No rules, no bosses. Just crazy ass ideas.
Okay. Thank you. As you can see, I've just spent a lot of time kind of being bringing out my inner 12-year-old and just having fun with this stuff. Mostly thanks to the Unreal Engine and the mocap tech. Whoops, that's probably gonna happen a lot, sorry guys. I can use Unreal, but I do not know how to use Google Slides. Let's see, next. This I thought would just be a fun little clip since I had it. This is basically what I'm in the middle of doing when I'm not in Unreal. This is what my mocap sessions look like. Okay, so this what I'm going to walk through with you guys is kind of a new workflow for me. All the characters that you saw prior, I've done in a traditional sense, not using AI. A bunch of my later characters, which we're going to dive deeper into throughout this presentation, I've been using AI to sort of help me iterate on in various ways, and also help me bring them to life later on, and you'll see what I mean by that. Generally, I go from concepting to modeling. This whole workflow is pretty straightforward, and this is what we're going to walk through today. I think there's a lot of cool stuff in terms of the AI assisting with concepting, with modeling. That's getting better. We're going to look at that. And then Mesh Morpher, this is sort of the bridge from those models, those character models, into the MetaHuman architecture. It's one of my favorite plugins. We're going to get into that. And then I'm going to just lightly touch on the motion aspect of all this, some of the mocap stuff that I use, just so you get a sense of it. And then really, E for me is the best part of it all, at least as far as what I've discovered. We're going to kind of dive into what I've found that makes a character super relatable on an emotional level and generally larger than life. And so before we get too far into the concepting, I just wanted to kind of point out a few foundational things that I've found when it comes to what does make a character larger than life. And then these things are gonna echo, these themes are gonna echo throughout the presentation. So to start with, your brain, right? This is your brain, your audience's brain. Your brain categorizes characters instantly. We all kind of know this, right? We see faces, we scan the body, we read the posture, and then the brain starts stereotyping like instantaneously. It's a very primal thing. The brain's a puzzle solver, and it craves this like resolution, right? So when something doesn't fit, when a character doesn't sort of land into this stereotypical box, the brain starts paying attention. And that's where I think larger than life kind of begins. If we look at these people, right, what do they have in common? Each one kind of violates our expectations, but in different ways, right? So Jack Nicholson, he kind of has a few things. Like he has a very unique look, but he also has a certain cadence and a certain voice style that he uses. Steve Buscemi, he's kind of just looks very odd right out of the gate, but he has this very gentle voice that kind of counters that. So again, unexpected. Jim Carrey, he kind of looks like a normal guy until he starts talking, you know? And so he breaks that in a different way. And then Tilda Swinton is kind of sort of has this ambiguity that's very strange, and also a certain voice style that breaks with the norm. And so these people stick in your head because your brain doesn't know what to do with them right away. And I think that's a really good thing. It's attention, it's memorability. And that's one of the ingredients we want to kind of pay attention to as we flow through this. So cognitively, when a character sort of breaks that stereotype, either visually, vocally, or behaviorally, the brain just kind of flags it, right? This is a novel thing that's happening. And then it goes into a loop where your brain is just constantly trying to solve that character. And to me, that's kind of where larger than life begins, and it's just staying weird enough in your head, and I'm going to keep showing some of these 4 main ingredients: the face, the body, the voice, and the behavior, like as we kind of flow through this. Now, if we talk sci-fi, aliens kind of have it easy because they already start, usually they start right outside of the human categories as far as their face, their body, and their voice. They generally bypass those filters instantly. So we kind of want to know what's up, what is this alien all about? These are all aliens that we mostly know. Yoda, he's kind of got his cool little voice, his voice speaking style, and obviously his looks. Same with Gollum. Gollum has all kinds of like really interesting qualities, from voice to body language. And then the engineers from Prometheus, right? They initially look like just better humans, like more evolved, until you discover that they aren't, right? There's this inner world that breaks that mold. And then Blue, I just kind of stuck here because A, it's cool seeing him up here with all these awesome characters. But really, he does have some interesting qualities that we're gonna dive into a little bit later. And so one last note on this, like when the brain can't instantly stereotype someone, the other interesting thing that happens is we tend to go emotional. Like we kind of shut off a part of our brain and we start to feel our way through this new person or alien that we're interacting with or watching. But your brain is also left in this sort of heightened open state where it's just craving more information, waiting to be able to solve that puzzle. And so for me, I think it's a powerful principle in character design and something that we want to dive a little bit more into, even for humans. It doesn't have to be like in the scope of like a big alien character. So quick little recap here. When you're designing your character, you don't have to go full alien, right? But it's good to sort of nudge into these areas as much as you can, playing with facial features, large expressions, pushing the voice, which we're going to get into. And anything that kind of makes the audience pause and go, wait, what is this person about, right? Because if they pause, something that they remember. And again, for me, I've been relying on some AI tools that we're going to look at later for being able to do this beyond what I've been able to do just on my own. All right, so let's dive into some character concepting. I've been generally using AI in one of 2 ways. I wasn't going to get too far into the nitty-gritty of all the AI prompts and all that kind of stuff. Generally, I'd say that I use all of them, and I find, by all of them, I mean like Midjourney, Leonardo. I get a lot of mileage out of Bing's DALL-E 3. Shockingly, that thing always delivers in certain ways. So I tend to, when I'm developing stuff in AI, just tend to kind of branch out and see which one's stronger for the type of character that I'm trying to work with. When it comes to kind of hybriding things, I'm going to show you guys, this is some concept art that a really talented guy did. His name was Wenju, and he worked on a game that I was building called Babylon, this bunch of immortal babies in the future that battle for supremacy. And he came up with some really awesome characters. And during that time, we kind of developed some of them in the traditional sense. But I've since been kind of playing with the idea of taking some of those characters and using, in this case, just ChatGPT is really good at taking sketches and turning them into kind of like vivid characters that then you can start to layer on top of and Photoshop on top of. And I kind of just threw the prompts in there, but generally I think it's pretty straightforward. You kind of just throw in a sketch and tell it that what that sketch represents, and it spits out some pretty awesome base level stuff that you can start to work with. And you'll start to see how these renders become essential in the rest of the modeling pipeline. This is a character. I don't know if you guys have seen Juan and his crazy band of guys down on the showroom floor. doing their whole skit. One of the characters in there is called Zen. He's probably the best example that I have of a character where he's comprised of a ton of AI. His face kind of popped up. I can't even remember which one it was. It would have been like a year or so ago, probably Mid-Journey or something like that. But you know, for me, I'll see something in an image and it'll spark something as an idea. And then from here, this one image on the left, the big one, there's probably like 50 AI generated things, and then me hand painting some stuff and kind of built them in Photoshop, just exploring and trying to get, like you kind of normally would. I don't have the kind of drawing skills that I wish I had, like Wenjuan. So I've been relying on AI to kind of do that work for me ultimately. And so from the tattoos all the way to his whole getup, like again, across all AIs at this point. This is sort of what he ended up turning into look-wise. And again, if you saw him down there, you've seen him in action. Hang on, let me make sure there's anything interesting here. So one of the things I want to bring up, and I don't know how interesting this is going to be for you guys, because when it comes to characters, it almost seems like it goes without saying that it's essential that you have a strong emotional connection to this thing as you're designing it or as you're creating it. To me, whether it's you're working on it for your own self or for a project or for work or for any reason, I tend to find that like it's essential that I have some kind of a real emotional reaction as I'm iterating on these things visually. And what I mean by that is just, I mean, you know the feeling when you look at something and suddenly you're like, ooh, there's something there that you want to see that character talk or move or come to life in some way. And it's definitely all very, very subjective. But I mean, to me, I feel like it's the absolute core thing. Like I won't, until I feel something really strongly about a character, or I'll keep iterating on it until I do, it just doesn't, in a sense, it doesn't matter. Like I'm like, until I find that sweet spot, I just keep on iterating. And that's one of the benefits of AI too, is you can kind of keep doing that. You can keep hacking things together until you find that emotional feeling. Now, on a subjectivity level, like these three characters are all very similar, right? But for me, one of them stands out as like an emotional connection, whereas the other two are just kind of like, oh, I could see them come to life, but it wouldn't do much for me in a sense, personally. And I think it's that personal connection is the thing that we all have uniquely as people and as artists and as creators. That's the thing you want to tap into, because that's the energy that's going to kind of fuel your character throughout this process. And even on a subjectivity level, like it could be that one of these characters reminds me subconsciously or consciously of my neighbor's dad growing up, you know what I mean? But the cool thing about that is I would subconsciously or unconsciously infuse some of that into that character. And I think that's where that connection, that spark of emotion starts. And then I think that it's felt by people as they experience this character. So I'm gonna kind of point to that along the way too, because I think it's a big thing, and I don't know if it's obvious or not. So these are all characters that, for me, hit an emotional trigger in some way. You know, these are all characters that I get excited about, like wanting to see them come to life in some way. Whether it's like, oh, I could see a story world in this, or I could see if I adapt that character from just this base AI generated version into like my Xanadu world, which would be a process of like Photoshop and iterating and kind of turning that character into something that made sense for the world. And so again, it's just like really double downing on that connection, regardless, I think, of what if you're the artist, that's sort of, I think your job is to bring yourself into that in some way. And for me, AI has been great at that because I can just keep iterating until I find that spark. I've also started doing what I'm just calling video vetting. This is basically a very obvious thing of just putting some of these images. Once I find something that I think is interesting, I'll throw it into Runway, and you can throw a video in there with it of me just talking. Some of this stuff is nonsense, and sorry, because I never intended to like show any of these videos publicly. This is me just throwing something out there to so that I can test to see what these things look like. So, but you'll see what I mean. I kind of just.
Well, hello, son. So lovely to see you, I guess. Let's just say that I think that you're a complete idiot and not really interested in whether or not I care. But I don't, so bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, I'm literally just talking nonsense. But for me, it's made a big difference in certain ways where I'll throw a character in there that I find interesting, and then I'm like, either, seeing them in motion doesn't quite like continue on the path, or sometimes it does, and it kind of is like, okay, this is a character that I want to keep going down because they do look cool once you see them start talking. This is another one.
A great being of significance, a powerful force in the entire universe. And guess what? I can levitate and do things that you can't. Lame, but it was a test to see what's going to happen.
So I think you get the idea. I mean, it's cool because you see these characters come to life very easily. And I think you can learn a lot just by kind of looking at it. And a really kind of fun fact, at least for today, is there's a lot of this kind of generative stuff coming out on the internet in various places. It's like, well, if you can get AI to make the character come to life like this, then why build it in 3D or why kind of, and there's obvious answers, right? If you're doing a full project, AI, at least today, isn't going to be enough. But the other thing I just kind of realized as I dug into it more is the cost of rendering these characters like this is pretty substantial. It uses a lot of power, and it's not cheap. And then if I turn one of these characters into a metahuman and kind of on my pipeline, once that initial part's done, I can make content with this character endlessly, essentially for free, just rendering it out of Unreal. So I think there's going to be a big cost advantage of, even as these characters get to be more flexible in AI, where you can really get them to do more things than just kind of like talking heads. I'm sure that's going to be very soon. But I think it's still going to be really, really expensive for a long, long time. So it's going to, I think there's a big advantage. And also being able to play out the characters and other things. There's a lot of reasons to kind of build them as metahumans and drive them in Unreal. But I just thought that was kind of an interesting, cool thing that made me feel better about doing it all in Unreal. So the other cool thing that just recently kind of became a possibility is once you got a character, there's all these new modeling tools where you could like throw them in there and generate a model. And we're going to look at that. But you really need, in order to kind of get it to a place where you can utilize these tools in a good way to see them in motion really fast, you need them to be in a T-pose, and that's always been really historically hard in AI. But with the latest version of Midjourney, I don't know if you guys have been using it or not in this way, but it's a really cool and easy way to feed it a character and just tell it to put it in a T-pose. And obviously it's going to interpret the body, and you can kind of iterate until you get what you want. But this is a new and cool part of this process, because for me, I can just go, okay, great, I've got a character, put them in a T-pose, and then we can go straight into sort of some of the modeling tools that are out there. These are the 3 modeling AIs that I've been using: Meshi, Tripo, and Hunyan. I'm kind of guessing on how that's pronounced. they all three have their strengths and weaknesses. I'm sure next week, next month, it's all going to kind of change. They fluctuate even for me over the last year of using them in various ways. I think Hunyan is incredible at the geometry that it builds. It's definitely the farthest along in terms of the actual mesh and things like that. And I think anyone who's dipped into this world knows that this stuff is moving really fast, and it won't be long before we're going to have like full-fledged models that are going to be, we don't even have to do anything with. And that, to me, it's mostly exciting because it's like the building process of all of this is my least favorite. Like if I could just get characters to be alive and working like instantly, I would definitely be happy about that. There's certainly certain parts of the process of creating that I don't want to ever sort of give up to AI, at least now, that I'll always do, because that's the part that brings me joy, and the parts that don't, I'm happy to kind of skip past a lot of the hard work. So these are, again, like the three that I've been using. There isn't any real sort of like recipe for like which one is, I kind of tend to, like if I get something that I really like, I'll run it through all three of them just to sort of see which one does the best job. And ultimately, I think today, and this is where the power of this really comes in for guys like me, is the hardest thing, I think, in my career, I've worked with a lot of modelers. I've modeled a lot of characters myself, ZBrush and all the traditional ways. And when you've got a piece of art or a character, getting the proportions right is one of the hardest things. I think it's like the artists that are like those A-level artists, they're just good at it. You know, they can sculpt a character from a piece of art, and all the proportions are there and nailed and look amazing. So for me, I love this part because even though the meshes that come out of these AIs aren't good enough to use, they're definitely good enough to throw into your modeling program, and it does all the hardest work for you as far as those proportions and stuff go. So it accelerates my modeling time dramatically, because when you don't have this level of like a model to work from, it takes a while. It takes me a while to really get all those things dialed in nicely, and this just cranks out a basis for you to work on. So I've been using that a lot lately in terms of accelerating my workflow, just as like a base mesh. This is also just a little side, like, hey, look, you know, Hunyan is really amazing at these sort of like structural shapes, and it can create some pretty damn good geo that with some fast optimizations, and then you go into Substance Paint or something, you can texture it and kind of get some quick props and things like that. I haven't really been making stuff where I've utilized this yet, but just looking at the quality level that it's getting to, I get excited too, because this would take me a long time to make. And for me, the holy grail again with modeling is just boom, I come up with some cool stuff. I would probably paint over this AI thing to get all the things I want specifically, and then have the modeler sort of render it, and then I could throw it into one of my episodes. I mean, that's like a dream for me, because you always want these various props and things, and if the marketplace doesn't have it, then you got to build it, and that sucks up a lot of time for the stuff that I'm doing. And I'm not I used to enjoy modeling more. I don't enjoy it that much anymore because it's so slow, and I'm trying to do all these other big things. So again, something I'm happy to sort of pass off and get done quicker. This is a little bit of a detour. This is something that I recently just did as an experiment, and I thought it was worth showing. This is kind of another project that I was working on, and if any of you guys have ever tried to populate like a cyberpunk city in Unreal for the background for a music video or whatever, you know that there's like limited cyberpunk people on the marketplace. And it's like, damn, it's like you get the same, you know, the same 5 different styles. And to me, that's always like, and I never have the time or resources to like build out a whole like background world of characters that fit specifically the cyberpunk world that I'm trying to do. So these characters are definitely not like, oh, me going, oh, let's build a cohesive cyberpunk world. I just kind of did a variety of things because I wanted to try something. So within a few hours, I took a bunch of those, I just made up a bunch of prompts and got a bunch of characters. I ran them through the T-pose kind of thing. And I don't know if you guys are familiar, like with Meshi, for example, you can do some pretty cool things in that you can, just with a button click, you can retexture that same model, right? So I've got like 2 characters with 2 textures with a click of a button, and you can just hit another button and it'll auto rig that character. And it's all lo-fi in a sense, right? It's not necessarily usable in a way, but you can see them walking. There's some built-in animations. I think all 3 of the tools that I use have this sort of auto-rigging function. And so just as a quick experiment, again, within an evening, I took all these images and I threw them in Unreal. Some of this is just their, whatever, just generic sort of animation that they have, whatever idle poses and stuff. Some of this is me just slapping some animation because you can retarget so quickly in Unreal now. Some of the mocap I had laying around. But my thought was, okay, how far back do these things need to be be usable in something just as like filling out a scene for background characters? Let me show you sort of, I did a little bit of a hack fly through. Now, you know, it's, again, there's a lot of subjectivity to whether or not this is useful. Even arguably, to me, I feel like as like a C-tier background characters, I think definitely in the content that I make, I would be able to use this. I'm also getting into automation, AI automation programs like NAN, which is basically like a node-based application for tying in a bunch of APIs from various AIs and just other software that you use, and you can kind of like iterate these cool pipelines using AI. And for me, I've been starting to get into this idea of, imagine if you're like, okay, I want a bunch of cyberpunk characters, you give it a bunch of prompts, it shoots it out to the various AIs, it brings you back a bunch of samples, and you're like, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And then it takes those, automatically runs them through like Tripo, automatically rigs them, automatically drops them into Unreal. And so within a short amount of time, you could get something you could experiment with, even if you're like a concept artist. Like I imagine concepting in the future, which is now, I suppose, you can just do this as a concept, right? Instead of just a still image, you're kind of putting in characters, you're giving them a certain style, and you can keep iterating on it. You can pull out ones that don't work, you can keep running through that process. In a very fast way, you're essentially creating this 3-dimensional world, even in a concept form. And then you fast forward somewhere into the near future, and all these characters are gonna be eventually, you know, B tier potentially, and then, you know, I don't know about A tier because I feel like you'd want to put more into that. But so anyway, I thought that was just like a cool thing that you can see where things are going. So if we get back to our character flow here, let me see what my time is like. Yeah, so now we're at a point where, let's say we have some geometry that we like from our process. And again, I'm showing you guys the AI version of all this stuff. I mean, whether it's a sketch, and then you just kind of model it traditionally, a lot of this is generally the same workflow. But the main step is, you know, we want to take our model and turn it into a metahuman. And in order to do that, for me, you always have to just create a generic metahuman. So I'm not going to get into too much detail with that. And all the new tools that just came out yesterday kind of changed the landscape a bit. So I'll try to touch on that as much as I can, because even for me, I think some of this stuff is going to change a little bit in how I do it, given the new MetaHuman creator and the power of all that stuff. But the main step is, I use MetaHuman creator. I create like a generic MetaHuman that kind of resembles as much as possible the character that I'm going to turn him into. And then the workflow generally splits into two ways. Either I sculpt that character, like the bottom path is I take that MetaHuman base mesh, I export it from Unreal, I go into Maya or ZBrush, and I just sculpt right onto the MetaHuman topology, which is essentially what you need. And that's also changing in the sense that ultimately Mesh Morpher is the bridge between that model of your new character and the original MetaHuman. It's the thing that merges it in my workflow. That tool is just like an insane tool. It's gotten so many new features that I haven't even been able to use yet, where you can use non-MetaHuman topology, and which makes the process even faster. You could potentially take scan data, I don't know, I haven't tried it, I don't know how good the quality will be, but you can basically do the wrapping in there, you can just use different topology instead of MetaHuman topology. So it's really powerful and fast in terms of iterating, getting your model into a MetaHuman so that you could see it talking and animating. The other alternative is, again, you have to kind of wrap the MetaHuman geo topology onto your new character. I use Wrap 3D. Again, Mesh Morpher also has that newly in it as an Unreal plugin. And I'm going to try it, because if I can stay out of Wrap, that's going to just speed things up even more. But ultimately, we're just trying to get our geometry into Mesh Morpher. And yeah, if you guys don't know how wrapping works, it's just a quick little video to show. You're essentially just creating points on the MetaHuman mesh and then on your character that correspond, and then it essentially just wraps it kind of morphs that geo onto your new character, and then that makes it highly usable within the MetaHuman ecosystem. One tip, I've done this a lot of times, this is a very essential part of the process. There's this sort of I call it the war paint texture that comes with MetaHuman, the identity. It's the identity plugin. It's kind of hard to find in the engine. I was going to try to find it again and put the path on there. You kind of have to search for it to get this texture. But this is essential, because if your topology doesn't line up with this kind of base MetaHuman flow, then once it becomes a MetaHuman, you're going to struggle with all kinds of issues with the mouth, with the eyes. This character, Zazen, was a kind of a big pain, because this part of his face is so small, whereas normally in a MetaHuman, it's kind of like a human. It's like the animation looks normal, but here when it gets all compressed. So I had to really fine tune this flow map. And then this is me in Maya just kind of showing that you can slide your topology around on the surface of the model, so that you're not actually changing the sculpt itself, you're just kind of changing the topology flow. And it's really, really important to do this, whether you're using Wrap 3D or whatever, because again, once you put it into the MetaHuman architecture, if it doesn't flow well, the mouth, these other things are just not going to look good. So Mesh Morpher, I was going to get more heavily into this. I'm going to have to kind of speed through this even more, because I want to get to the good stuff at the end. There's a lot of amazing tutorials, but generally, as you can see, this is Dax. This is the MetaHuman I made on the left, and then the character that sculpted on the right. I used Wrap, put them together. And I was able to turn this character into a MetaHuman within, I don't know, 30 minutes, having already had him sculpted with other geometry and other things. This is what Mesh Morpher looks like. It's a full-blown killer like plugin because it does so many things. It saved my butt in so many ways in so many instances with actual projects and then my own stuff. Like you can sculpt on characters, you can make new morph targets, you can change expressions for metahumans, you can mess with the eyes and the teeth, you can attach stuff like hair and things like that. You can, there's very little that it doesn't let you do in some way. This just kind of shows you a quick version of what it looks like when you use there's like a tool in there where you can say, here's the metahuman topology, here's my character, and then it essentially creates that morph that you just saw. And we're gonna look at the difference between a character that just has one morph target that changes all its bone positions and kind of just turns it into a metahuman, but there's no like expressions and things like that built in, versus ones where I've gone through and done the expressions for. That's kind of a big part of the emotional connection that I was talking about earlier. Just lastly, Pug Life Studio, this is Lee View. He's become a good friend of mine, super awesome guy. He builds the plugin. If you want to go, he's got tons of tutorials on how to do all this stuff step by step. And also my friend Saint, Pixel Urge, he uses this plugin. He's probably the master in the world of how to use it. He's got a bunch of great tutorials and things that you could do if you want to use that plugin to kind of turn your characters into metahumans really fast. Little side note, I get a lot of mileage at a 3D scan store. They've got some great metahuman skin textures. With the new metahuman upgrade now that I've been seeing behind the scenes, there's all kinds of awesome new textural stuff just in the engine now. But again, good resources for like interesting skin texture. Like the top there became the base skin texture for Zazen. And it's just a one-to-one mapping. That's what you get out of the metahuman ecosystem is like a lot of resources you can work with to plug into your character. Also, grooms carry over, oddly. I used to not care about the grooms for the character because I always planned to make them myself. But interesting enough, this guy's sort of wide hair turned into a mohawk on Dax here because of the way that the topology accidentally was just not good. But I was like, cool, I like it. I'm just gonna roll with that. So it's a one-click thing. Once you transfer your thing over, you do a quick assigning, and suddenly all the grooms, all the sort of fuzz and stuff and the eyebrows that your base metahuman has will transfer right over to your metahuman. So even if you're just using the peach fuzz and things like that, it saves a lot of time because it's essentially gonna do the same thing anyway to get that realistic quality. Motion's actually something, so this is just the hardware that I use. The iPhone's now like gonna be gone from my workflow because MetaHuman Animator real-time is infinitely better. And so basically I'm gonna figure out how to attach a webcam or something onto my HMC. But really with motion, that's one of those pillars, right, that will make your character more interesting. There's a lot, like the motion theory of your character. That's something that I haven't even dipped into myself. It's something that I know is really important. Just throwing it out there because it's something I want to be able to do for my characters, explore that. If you watch any of my content, all my characters probably look just like me, like the way I move and things like that. I haven't been able to put a lot of time into it because there's just a lot of things happening when you're a solo creator and kind of doing this stuff. But it's definitely something I think that is worth like spending some time with every one of your characters. Like how does this character move and working on that in some way, even if you're passing it off to animators. I think if you're the creator of that character, you should be able to try to infuse some of that into it. All right, so this is kind of my favorite part and the most interesting, I think, in terms of the discoveries I've personally made with these characters. I'm breaking it down into sort of single shape versus custom shapes. So this is once we've used Mesh Morpher, and in the new MetaHuman creator, there's a way that you can actually bring your geometry, if it's MetaHuman topology, into the whole system now. So in a sense, Mesh Morpher, there's some overlap, right? You might not need Mesh Morpher to just get that character into the MetaHuman architecture, but Mesh Morpher really shines when it comes to this process, where you're really trying to get expressions and things into the character, and I'll show you sort of why that might be important. So in these examples coming up, blue is a multi-expression character, and then the rest of these characters I'm going to show you is just one shape, and suddenly the rest of the architecture of MetaHumans just works well in terms of their mouth movements and eye movements and everything else. And there are fairly different characters, especially Dax on the end. So I've been surprised at what works and what doesn't in this regard. This is blue. This is the very first video of blue that I ever made, and I just skipped it.
Yo, so I come across this box. Okay, it's a box that somebody traded me in an intergalactic pawn shop, all right? He said if I give him $5.
Again, me just talking gibberish, but the thing about blue is, this is going way back many years. I didn't have any skills, face stuff. I didn't know anything that I was doing, but I knew that as I was seeing him talk with ARKit, that it just didn't look good. I'm like, this doesn't look good. So I'm like, I kept iterating and trying to get him out of the uncanny valley. Essentially, that was my goal. But in that process, I kind of started to, this is where my emotional connection with Blue began to happen, because he was a cool looking character initially, but it wasn't until like, I was just pushing and pulling and pushing and pulling, like, fuck, this doesn't look right. And then it was like, oh, this looks kind of right. And then it's like his smile, there was moments where I started to see this character be a real character, a real person. And a lot of it had to do with his mouth, his smile. He started to become this sort of mischievous looking character. And again, at this point, it was me just kind of stumbling into this because I was trying to get him away from looking bad. And in the process, and again, I'm working with ARKit, which is a very limited facial animation sort of pipeline or ecosystem. But this was a kind of a shock to me a little bit. So once MetaHuman Creator first came out, right, I could feed it Blue's model and essentially made the base shape look like Blue. But the second it started to talk, it was, or these are actually just some quick basic tests of different facial expressions. But you can quickly see that the MHC on the left is just using sort of like whatever the inherent, at the time, the inherent smile was for a MetaHuman. It was very different than Blue. The middle one was early Mesh Morpher before he got it working with DNA assets and things. So I was trying to feed the shapes from ARKit into it, and it wasn't like fully working because it was fighting with rig logic a little bit. But it just looks even more and more, like I knew there was going to be a discrepancy, I just didn't know how much. I didn't know how much special qualities were sort of infused in Blue originally. Some of these shapes are more accurate than others. This is in motion, and this was kind of like a little bit of a heart sink for me, because I'm like, Jesus, how am I gonna get Blue to be a MetaHuman with so much complexity in the facial component of, in the facial rig of a MetaHuman. There's just like layers and layers of stuff that's kind of beyond my skill set. And for me, if I look at ARKit Blue, he looks cool. He's kind of like, he doesn't break this, he kind of landed in a sweet spot and he doesn't break it necessarily. Whereas like, you can see these subtle things that happen in the other characters that throw him off in a way. So I don't know, this was kind of a surprise to me. And bless the MetaHuman team. So as we were getting Blue ready for the keynote, I got to work with them and their tool and getting actual Blue full MetaHuman. And it was, I said that on stage, and it's very, very, very grateful, because it's not necessarily an easy thing with something that's already established and seen with an old architecture to get them into the new one. In contrast, this is Dax. This is a character that...
Here we are. We're doing a test with Dax. He's kind of a new character that I'm playing
single
around
shape.
with. He was meant to be Blue's original companion, like way back in the early Xanadu days. And a buddy of mine, Akrima, was going to drive him, but he moved to Texas, so this character just kind of sat around. But because Mesh Morpher is so easy, it's a new plugin for Unreal, or it's not even a new plugin. It's kind of new to me, but it's so easy to convert.
So the one thing about Dax, he was a cool character too. I quickly made him into a MetaHuman using Mesh Morpher just because it was so simple. But it wasn't until, and I only have like a couple voices that I can do for my characters. Blue is like me pitched down a little bit. Chatterbox, the little guy, is me pitched up a little bit. And then I've run out of like stuff. I have a lot of respect for Jim Carrey's of the world, because it's not easy to sort of do all that. But I want to have more characters. This is a character that didn't emotionally connect with me until I found that voice, and that's where I was using 11 Labs. I'll show you something really cool right after this. With this voice, it did two things for me. One, whoops. It sounded cool.
We're doing a test with Dax.
And
He's kind of a new character.
he came to life in a way emotionally for me through the voice. And secondly, Blue is really hard for me to kind of like play, because I have to go into this like, my name is Blue, and this is my alter ego, Corey. It's like a thing that I just sort of made up. I can't just speak Blue, so to speak. So I wanted a character that I could just talk normally, and he didn't sound like me, because I don't like the sound of my voice. But he had his own personality, and that's where 11 Labs really like saved the day for me, which is an AI platform, if you guys don't know, where you can do your own voice, it just as an audio track, feed it into 11 Labs, and through a series of just choices and things you can make, it'll change your voice into something else. In this case, it took a lot of work, because all these other voices I tried didn't make me connect with Dax until I found this specific one, and I might have like pitched it up or down. So in that regard, that opened up a lot of doors for me to create new characters that I could still play that felt different than my prior characters. Now this is really cool, because my friend Liviu, who makes Mesh Morpher, I kind of talked to him about how cool it would be to make a plugin for Unreal that made that process a lot faster. Because if you guys have ever used 11 Labs in this workflow, you have to you mocap into Unreal, you have to export all that audio, run it through 11 Labs, re-import it back in, reset it back up on your timeline. It's boring, it takes a lot of time, especially if you change stuff. And so he wrote this plugin like probably over a weekend.
Okay, listen up, crew. We're going for another take. Ted, you gotta have...
And this is basically what I record data right into Unreal, right? I record my face, my voice, and my body right into the engine. And
some of those breaks, buddy. Otherwise, Blue's gonna end up crushing you.
this plugin lets me create an AI track, and it's tied into 11 Labs now, but it could be any audio AI. I essentially put that same audio that I just recorded into that track. And then when you right-click it, you have several options that are essentially 11 Labs functions, right? Text-to-speech, noise removal, speech-to-speech, and you can do special effects and like audio, like sound effects and things. But for now, I'm just going to show you speech-to-speech. So I already have my The voice, it's called Oxley, evil character. That's the one that I've chosen. These are all the voices that you have access to with 11 Labs. And if you've ever used 11 Labs, you'll see that there's a few other parameters that you can set in the web browser that you can set here. So I just hit a button, and it literally converts my audio to that voice.
All right. Okay, listen up, crew. We're going for another take.
So a huge time saver, super awesome plugin. Like I said, you can also just, almost done. You can also just, you can create sound effects just with prompts. So if you're roughing something out, you can be like, oh, I need an explosion here. It's a real fast way of getting like, using AI to throw audio into your thing. You can also, what I'm gonna start using it for is, I do blocking, where I just kind of use my voice to take my script and rough it out with just like stick characters. Now I can actually just type out dialogue if there's characters that I'm not playing, or if I just don't feel like voicing it, I can just type out some dialogue. It makes it in the voice, throw it in the timeline, or it's already in the timeline, and then I can kind of iterate on that. So that's some powerful, cool stuff that I'm gonna start using moving forward. And then lastly, or almost lastly, Zazen, another character that came to life for me with the voice, right? Like, he was cool. I needed another character that I could just talk normally, and he's kind of like my spiritual alter ego. Took me a while, but I finally found a voice that then I compressed and kind of did some other just pitch shifting to.
My name is Zazen, and very much in love with the universe, with life, with the genius, the absolute genius behind everything that exists. Creation itself, the complexity, the beauty, the harmony, the contrast, the dynamics.
So you kind of get the idea. Again, I mean, a single shape metahuman, all the rest, I mean, there's a few little things I have to kind of dial in with his expressions. But single shape, using 11 Labs, he doesn't feel like me. I look at this character, and there's like, it's like he feels like he's his own thing, which is a cool feeling for me, because, you know, I want to be able to break out of my limitations in a way, and I feel like these voices really help that happen. The one odd thing with Zazen, though, is like, I wonder, with Blue, he became so rich in his own way because of all of his expressions are unique. And going back to those early actors that we kind of pointed out, I kind of wonder, like, well, am I shortchanging Zazen? Could he be cooler if I got more into making his smile unique, making his other shapes unique? And even with any character, I think that's kind of a question mark. I like him as he is now. It's nice that he's kind of done in that sense. But it is something that I think every character sort of deserves that question. Like, should we spend more time, even though it's easy to put it into the metahuman architecture, should we spend more time and make them even more unique? And then lastly, baby character, single shape.
Initially talking normally, and
these are, I just literally took my game character from like eons ago, threw it into the metahuman architecture with Mesh Morpher, and I get all this, you know, cool texture. I got, you know, a pretty cool character.
Which is getting way more animated and way more into character because it's so much cooler, and that's what we do. At least that's what we used to do because we had to in order to get ARKit to.
Anyway, me just talking nonsense again, but so that's kind of it. I actually wanted to get more in detail with the Mesh Morpher process and stuff, but I think I just overloaded this presentation with like too many other things. But again, the tutorials are out there if you guys want to get into it. And again, there's new things coming out in 5.6 that let you do some of this process just in the engine by itself. But that's my talk. Anyone have any questions? I think we have a few minutes. I went over a little bit.
Hello. Welcome to Rigging for Animators. So you guys could have gone to one of those awesome amusement parks here, such as Epic Universe, but you came to listen to me talk about some epic rigging. So thank you for coming, and to Unreal Fest Orlando. So I'm going to start off the presentation with a video from one of our partners, and you can see some of the tools in action. So what did you just see? That is a trailer from Agora Studio. We've been partnering with them, and they've been learning all of our animation and rigging tools. They built all of that in Unreal. They built their own custom rig modules. They animated it, rendered it, and we're going to be releasing a sample with all of this to everybody very soon, so you can learn these tools a bit easier. We know that's a big problem for our tool set, is we're trying to give more education out. So really excited about this. So who am I? I'm Chase. I've spent the last 20 years building digital characters, and I've spent the last 20 years using Maya. I've used Maya to build everything from Star Wars to Oscar award-winning animated films such as Rango. So why am I telling you about Maya? Because we have a bit of a choice to make, and it's a choice in how you think about rigging and animation. So you're here, you're taking the red pill, and we're going to go down this rabbit hole. And so the process is not the same between Maya and Unreal for rigging and animation. It's really important that you change the process and change your thinking when you're coming into our tool set. And by changing the process, as a rigger and animator, it really opens you up to new ways of animating and building really cool characters. So I'll admit, it's easy for me to just say, hey, change your thinking, right? So I thought for this talk it'd be a great idea to try to get you started on that path and give you some framework, and start to think about some of the problems I hear a lot from all of you, and how you can better learn our tools and how to think in a different way. So the goal really is to not replace Maya, right? It's to replace your mindset. And this frees you from a lot of previously conceived concepts. You're not locked in that same box. And it makes rigging in Unreal become a lot easier. And thinking differently lets you explore a lot of new ways to rig, such as physics. So we're going to get into the weeds a little bit. And I'll admit 40 minutes is probably not enough time for me to go over everything. So what I'm going to try to do is demystify some of the core main concepts of our tools that I hear a lot from our customers, and get you going on this path if you're interested in our tools. Okay, so rigs in Unreal are quite a bit different than Maya. I tried to boil this down to like the three most basic components of like what a control rig is or what a rig is in Unreal. And it's composed of three assets. The skeleton holds the bones in the skeleton, and then it connects to the skeletal mesh. This holds the skinning geometry and the weights, the skin cluster, essentially. It also has materials hooked into it, but you can think of this as like your mesh and your asset and bones. Then you have the control rig, and it connects to a single skeletal mesh asset. But what's interesting about this is that you can point it to other skeletal meshes. This control rig contains the puppet, the rigging controls, the IK, the constraints. So it's a big container of just rigging, essentially, you can think of. Okay, so Maya, you can kind of roughly think of it as you connect things together. And as you connect things together, they stay connected through the life of that connection. And if you think like this in Unreal, it's wrong. In Control Rig, that's not necessarily how things work. And graphs in Maya show you how things are connected with the dependency graph. I'm old, I still use the hypergraph when I'm in Maya. But this isn't how Unreal graphs work. You don't want to think this way. If you start thinking this way, you're going to get lost very quickly. All right, and scripting and writing code in Maya for your rigs. You really can't rig in Maya without writing what you can call a build script. You have to code it all, or you can't reuse all of that. You don't need to do that in Control Rig. It's completely unnecessary. This is my script editor. I have tons of tabs open. I don't know what that code does, by the way. It just looked like rigging code that I had built a while back. Really how you need to think is procedural. Control rigs are reusable immediately. You can think of the graph as your build script. Scripting the graph is not really necessary. You're kind of doing double the work because that's what its intent is. It's a framework. It's a blueprint for your rig. So let's compare kind of how the two systems work together a bit. So Control Rig presents an event-based workflow. You execute rig logic with nodes. Basically, you provide instructions for how the rig will build itself. And if you compare this to Maya, Maya requires you to think about what I mentioned before, inputs and outputs, connecting things together kind of forever. And as you connect things together, and then other nodes in Maya, all the nodes get evaluated with the dependency graph. It's a big waterfall effect. So while that's really beneficial in many regards, it actually can provide a lot of headache for rigging. You lose a lot of control. And this is where, really that build script concept for rigs kind of came about, is that you can do something once and reuse it later. So as I mentioned, there's no build scripts required in Unreal. Instead, the rig, while you're building the graph, creates a set of instructions inside what we call the execution stack. This is really powerful because it gives riggers full control over how a rig operates. It's literally built for rigging. And so this is a great slide from Helge Matti. He's our lead engineer for Control Rig. And this breaks down kind of the anatomy of the graph and how it operates. We're really in the weeds here, but this is nice to see kind of like what's happening. And what's really interesting about this is the execution stack, which you've seen a little bit of. That is all bytecode. That's why Control Rig runs so fast, because these set of instructions can execute incredibly fast. So I'm going to build like the simplest control rig we can possibly build, literally a bone and a control. So you can drag a lot of things into the graph. And what we're going to do is we're going to get the transform of this control, and we're going to set the transform of the bone. And I'm not connecting these together. I'm literally querying the position and setting the position of the bone. And at any moment, I can change what position it's looking at. So I'm just going to build a little transform here myself and just move it up in Z a few units. But if I want to be really creative, I can add these together, and now it's moving it up and it's moving it with the control. So you can see on the right side, it's actually executing, it's building me up my execution stack. Okay, and so to prove that this isn't connected, I'm going to build another set transform. And in Maya, you might see that reflected. But if I connect it now, it might look like that first set transform isn't executing, but it actually is. It's still in the instruction set. But you're setting it again, so it goes away. Okay, so as I mentioned, Control Rig is an event-based system. And there's two events you really need to care about. I think if you're coming to our tools new, we have a couple of events. You can make your own events, but the two key ones is the construction and the forward solve. The construction builds your controls. It lets you do something what we call spawning. That's a common term in Unreal, and it means the same thing in Control Rig. You can spawn bones, spawn controls, spawn nulls, and create the structure for your rig procedurally. The forward solve, you want to put all your constraints in there, your IK handles, and all the math to drive all the rigging. And so I hear this a lot. In Maya, in animation in general, animators want their controls zeroed out, right? And as a rigger in Maya, how you do it, you add a little group above your control, and you can send the transform up to that. You don't have to do that in Control Rig. We have a hidden transform on every control. Controls are first-class citizens in our system, so literally with the click of a button or a checkbox in the graph, you can send, there's no reason why any control shouldn't be zeroed out at any point. All right, and so in a talk yesterday, someone said a great quote, and I'm going to use it, the hell that is parent constraints. And so we wrote a space switching system a few releases ago, actually, and it's gotten so much better. But we wanted to kind of deal with that parent constraint issue. So space switching is built right into the rigs. As a rigger, I don't have to author a tool or do any extra rigging to make this work. And what's really interesting is that as you switch spaces, it doesn't pop. That was a big thing, because parent constraints have a lot of popping nightmare with them. You can just change the space of something instantly, and it won't pop. Okay, and get back to proceduralism. Really, the core part of the procedural system is the for each node. I remember exploring Houdini many years ago, and I discovered their for each node, and it was mind-blowing. And it works the same way, except this is built for rigging, right? So to demonstrate this, I thought we'd build a quick FK arm. This is also a very simple rig to build. So I'm going to get some data, and we're going to build a for each node, and we're going to loop over it. And so I'm thinking procedurally here. I'm going to spawn a control, and I'm going to tell it to be a transform type control. And so I'm going to say, hey, loop over all my bones, and we're going to get the parent of each bone, because I want to build another structure that's a structure of controls. And with a little trick, you're just passing data in, and within a few clicks and a few graph nodes, now this is a procedural rig that will build on any bones I input into this little loop. And so now, just like the example before, I'm going to get to the position of each one of these bones and tell the control where to go. And I'm also plugging it into that offset transform. I'm sending it to that little hidden transform above so my control stays zeroed out. And so now we have a little separate control structure for FK. All right? And to prove that this is more like a tool, I can just swap this array, and now it's building on the leg. I don't have to go and build that whole thing again. And you can save all this stuff, wrap it up in the functions, and do all sorts of crazy stuff in here if you want to keep going. So forward solve, same thing, except I'm just going to parent constrain it. That's usually how you do an FK rig. You build a parent constraint and constrain the bones to the controls. And so doing basically the same process, and now with a few nodes, we have the FK arm. So this will be here later. You can go try to recreate it if you just want a really simple FK arm. This is usually how I build them. I usually start here, and you can then start exploring all the other cool stuff we have. Okay, IK handles. IK handles in Control, yes, work a little differently than Maya, but at the core, it's the same thing. The basic IK node in Control Rig is not really basic. It's just that the algorithm underneath is basic. It's performant. It's mostly the same as Maya's two-bone IK handle. They actually have a bit more stuff in it, but this is quite a performant node. So you have that as an option. There's some other IK options. But let's build the arm as IK. So same thing. Nice little trick is you can build all your controls in the hierarchy by hand, like doing right-click stuff. If you convert it to a module and back, it'll generate the construction script for you. So if you don't want to go and hand build up all those nodes, you can do that. That's kind of a fun little tip. Okay, so pulling the basic IK here. It's a lot of stuff to configure. So what we ship is a thing called the two-bone IK. This is not a node. This is a function. It just wraps that node. It just makes setting it up easier. So now to build an IK system, I just have to configure this node. And so you can do really cool things in Control Rig with a system like this, in that a lot of problems I see in rigs is that the pull vector is in the wrong place. So with a bit of math graph underneath this, I can find the exact position of the pull vector and not get popping with my IK. So I'm using this handy little node. You give it your 3 bones, and it outputs where the pull vector should go. It's kind of magic. So then I can come and plug this all up, configure my IK 2-bone node, and my pull vector should be in the exact same spot. We're going to show the controls. Said we're in the weeds. I wanted to show this so everybody can try to recreate this later if they'd like. Okay, so configure this node. I got all my inputs in there. I'm just giving it bones, giving it my end control, kind of the end effector, and with one node in the forward solve, we have an IK handle and no popping. And from here, you can now take that FK rig, this IK rig, and you can start adding very similar blueprint logic to Control Rig to do IK-FK switching, or keep going and build crazy setups. Okay, so something I hear a lot is, it'd be great if Unreal had a way to version your rigs. We actually do. In 5.5, we released something called Variants. It was an experimental feature. We didn't advertise it a lot because it was experimental and we needed to test it. We have tested it. Our LEGO Fortnite team is using it. They've used it for the last 4 or 5 months, and it's been working great. So in 5.6, I've versioned all the modules in Modular Control Rig. And so what's interesting about this is, if you built a rig in 5.5 and you come into 5.6, it'll still use those old modules, so your rigs and animation won't break. And what's even more interesting is you can mix and match these versions. So if you don't want to upgrade, say, the arm, you don't have to. You can leave it in the 5.5 version and use the 5.6 version. So let's see, is this one not going to play? All right, so what we did was we actually, with the system comes tags. So at the top of the modular controller, you can now, with the versioning system, have a bunch of tags that display, and you can quickly get to your modules. Okay, so to create a variant, what you do, you have a module. I'm just going to make a quick kind of dummy module here from our last IK arm. I'm not going to go over the whole module system. There's a lot of stuff we have out there on building some of this. Going to tag it for biped. And so now when I come into my modular control rig, it's going to show up. So to create a variant, you have to right-click. I had to go fast because we have to get through a lot today. And so you can make as many variants as you want. You can do 100 variants if you want. So now it's going to show up in here. Okay, and so now what I want to do is use the tags to mark it stable or outdated. And so this is a special little mechanism that'll basically control the viewing of it in the system. So as a rigger, I get full control over like what modules to deploy to an animator with this, or what modules exist in a rig. And we don't call it, it's not a one-way path for updating. We call it swapping because you're just swapping out these modules. You can swap to any variant you want. That's why we don't really call it versions either, because it's not necessarily a version. I think it's more powerful than versions. So this is how you swap it. You right-click on a module, and it'll usually point you to the stable one, and you instantly swap it out. And you can see if your rig is working or not, and keep going. Okay, so that's kind of like the basic things I hear. I want to talk about Matt Ringo, who just put out a video. Gold Coast last year, he did a really awesome, like very technical talk over like he worked at Weta, and you can see what a rigger can do with our tools. And I love this talk because it's just like crazy stuff. And once you get familiar with the tools, understand rigging, he really shows like what is possible. So go check this talk out. It's definitely a good watch. Okay, so out of the weeds, we're going to talk about physics. And in 5.6, we've enabled you to rig with chaos physics in Control Rig. And this brings some really, really new ways to think about animation and rigging. So rig physics, sure, they enable like, cool physics-y things, but they also enable some new workflows that probably weren't possible before. So physics are a collision system, right? So you could imagine setting up a rig, which I'm going to demonstrate here, that collides the arms with the legs. And as an animator, you don't have to go and fix all the penetrations, right? So I can take his arms, and it'll just kind of push the legs out of the way. I've had some questions come up around this, like, hey, could I use this at mocap? Or, live streaming my character and stuff, and you totally could. There's no reason why not. But as an animator, it can save you a lot of time, by being able to move the limbs around. Okay, so this is fun. Also in 5.6 is a new node called the locomotor. So I took this Kraken, and I stuck the locomotor on it, and he'll automatically walk. And not only that, I layered physics on top of it, so the whole thing has like a really nice, elegant flow. He's really big. And this whole guy's being animated with just 2 controls. So I'm getting some really interesting motion. And really, I don't want to rig the tentacles with thousands of controls, and animators don't want to animate that, right? So right here, I'm letting the physics do all the work for me. And you lose a little bit of control, but you still have quite a bit of control over this guy. He's doing some really fun stuff. Okay, so the locomotor is pretty awesome. The internet found it, so I thought it'd be fun to put some of the cool things I've seen on the internet. Ryan Cornell above, some awesome work. Let's see if he's, here, I'll go back. Did this play? Nope. Okay, there's no one going to play. But if you want to learn how to use this, Kieran Ritchie stuck an awesome tutorial on this while everyone's figuring it out. Go check it out. It's real easy to set up. It's kind of the same way as configuring that IK node I told you about. Same process. You configure it, and then you get automated walking. All right, so this guy's fun. I'm real excited about this. Rigging an octopus is really hard. So when I saw these physics tools, it was like challenge accepted. So we found an octopus, rigged it up, and really to test these tools out, like how far can we take it? And so you can see like he's colliding with the floor. The tentacles are being driven by motors, kind of like Davy Jones. And they collide with themselves, which is really interesting to me. And so I'm animating this with one control. I'm literally just yanking the control around, and the physics are doing everything for me. And so this is also running in real time. I've run setups like this in the past, and we'd have to kick it to a farm and wait 3 hours for a couple frames to come back. But I literally can just take this rig and yank it around and get crazy collision and interaction with the environment. And I have full control over this rig still. And so it's, you can see all the motors in there, the little yellow lines. Those are all the motors driving the tentacles and giving the really cool animation. I'm going to turn the simulation off, and you can see what it looks like without the physics. So not doing a lot in the rig. The physics really are taking on most of the work for me. Here's a look at the control rig for it. Kind of the same thing, just jiggling it around. Yeah, keep in mind this is a demo spaghetti graph. Probably definitely clean this up for real production, but it was really fun to do this because I was able to mix all the cool control rig stuff we have with physics. I really didn't hit a blocker. This is using the chain harmonics node to drive all the tentacles. And I can still yank these around. I like this because I kind of tie it up like a rope. That's pretty neat. And so I also wanted to test, like, hey, how do physics work with modular control rigs? So I rigged the ramen bowl. My original concept for this was from a movie called Old Boy. There's a whole octopus scene. It's pretty crazy. But I was like, well, let's do that. It's the story of an octopus trying to escape this ramen bowl. So I had a lot of fun rigging this up. And so I wrote a physics module that I can just drag and drop. And we have a new feature in 5.6 called array connectors. So you can build a module and then dynamically add more things to it. So long as I just hit the plus and add another bone, it'll build like my little physics setup. So you can build setups where you don't ever have to touch a graph to interact with physics. We're not shipping this in 5.6, but we will be shipping some physics modules coming up in the next few releases for sure. Okay, so I've shown some people this. You've seen this at this conference. I wanted to show you how to get a basic physics graph going. So we're going to use that for each node I talked about earlier. And we're going to drag in some data. And I want to build physics all up and down this tentacle. Okay, so if you type in physics, you're going to see a lot of stuff. You want to use add physics components. So what that's going to do, you can see once I hook it up, I'm going to get a bunch of things. And this does a lot of work for you, right? And so you can turn these on and off. We've added a whole component system to control rig. You can write a plugin against it. This actually all lives in the physics control plugin. And interestingly enough, you can mix and match. You can actually create all this stuff in the rig hierarchy by hand if you really want to. Okay, so I'm going to build a solver, and all these tools pick up the solver automatically. I need to build a control because I need some rigging to yank this guy around so it'll do something. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm just going to scale it up so it's a little easier to grab. All right. Okay, so forward solve again. You see me a lot in the construction event, the forward solve. Do a parent constraint, like I showed you earlier with the FK rig. And the same process, we're going to hook up this control to move around this root bone. And so I've done a lot of physics in my career. And so you have to understand the concept of kinematic bodies and simulated bodies. So we're going to have to build a simulated body in a second. And to run the physics solver, we have to do this thing called the step physics solver. This basically says, hey, run my solver in my rig. And it's just going to fall to the ground when I do this because I have no kinematic bodies. The physics system doesn't understand that there's a skeleton here. You have to tell it, hey, there's a body, this is connected to a skeleton. So I'm going to build a few more nodes. We're going to come back to this one in a minute. This is the make articulation drive data. That's fancy terms for I just want my springs to be a little stiffer. I want a stiffer tentacle. Okay, so we're going to plug it in now, so it's still falling to the ground. But we have some springs that I can play with. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to make a kinematic body. So you can change the state of these. What's really cool about this is you can add logic in here. So you can imagine piping logic into this to change the state of what's kinematic, what's simulated at any given moment. And I'm turning off collisions for now just because we don't need it. All right, so now when we connect this back up, we're going to run our sim, and now we get some movement. So if you're building like a chain or something, this might be all you need. Like a rope. Looks pretty good, actually. And then you can keep going from here with mini nodes, or you can actually go and edit the nodes in the outliner. So there are a lot of stuff. There's a lot of settings. We have many plans to make this way more elegant. This is highly experimental for 5.6. I'm not going to talk too much about our plans, but really cool stuff coming up. I know this is a lot of technical nodes and everything, but we're going to try to make it a bit more artist-friendly. That's a goal of ours. So now I have a tentacle with a couple nodes. We have this full procedural system. If I just swap my data out, it'll build on anything I want. And this is ready to animate. I can just drag this right into the sequencer. So I should do that in a minute. Yep. So just like any other control rig, there's no like waiting for physics or anything. You just drag it in, and it will animate pretty much instantly. So, and how I built that octopus, that's where I started. And it just kind of kept waterfalling into more and more stuff. Okay, so I asked Danny Chapman, who he built these tools, and I was like, what are some things I should tell everyone about? And so he really wanted me to point out the component system, because it's kind of hidden, but you can show all your physics bodies in the left side, and that is important for the next step. Let's see if this is play. Okay, so this was another thing he wanted me to show that kind of goes with that component system is, this excites me, sorry. You can import old fat assets. So if you build a physics asset 3 or 4 years ago, and you want to do something in control rig with it, we have a node that lets you import all that data and do everything I just showed you without having to build the procedural part of it. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to add a solver. It needs a solver to run inside of control rig. Hook that up. All right, so this guy does not have a physics asset. I'm discovering that as I'm building that here, and like, oh, I need to go build one. So what we're going to do, I'm going to hop back over here and just really quickly build a fat asset. And what's really nice about this is, if this is easier for you to work, if you know all the fat tools really well, you're going to be able to pretty much start instantly using these tools. So I can come in here, and if you want to work this way, you can. You can change all the settings in here, and it's all going to flow into control rig. All right, so now I'm going to plug in that asset. All right, so we're not seeing anything yet because we haven't ran the physics solve. The construction event, runs only once. So we have to step the physics solver in the forward solve. And once we do that and give it our solver, it's going to start. You're going to see all the bodies up here. Okay, so now I have a connection to that fat editor. Yeah, everything's kinematic. Nothing's really happening yet. You're just seeing kind of the rig moving around. Blue means they're kinematic. So what we're going to do is I'm going to come over here and edit the fat asset. And I'm going to change these to simulated and save it. And now when I come back to control rig, we should see some updates happen. Cool, so now they're simulating. So to me, that's a really awesome way of, like, if you're familiar with that tool set and you kind of want to tinker with these, it's a great way to kind of like start learning and getting into control rig physics. Okay, switching gears for a little bit. So when I designed this talk, I asked our animators at Epic, I was like, hey, what could I'm doing a talk about rigging for animators. What are some things that would be valuable to you, like that you do and like you don't know how to do, or it's like, you need to demystify it. So Frederick Nielsen, who I work with, he worked on Doom 3 and showed me this part of the game. And basically this guy bursts through these pipes. And I love this because this is a very interactive moment, right? The character isn't just there, he's interacting with things, and it really brings a lot of dynamics to the scene, and you remember it. And this rung true with me because I did a lot of this like at ILM. You know, I had a very similar shot where Hulk is chasing Scarlett Johansson and running through all these things. And so to me, that's what also brings characters to life, is interacting with things around the environment. It's not just the character itself. So I thought it'd be fun to try to recreate that. Another thing they asked for was, hey, how do you do first-person shooter stuff in Control Rig? Well, kind of conveniently, the new templates is using Control Rig for all the first-person shooter stuff. So I started here. Aaron Langmead did an awesome job. So you can see the Control Rig looking kind of morphed and stuff. That's kind of how this stuff works. But if you want a good starter point for setting up a first-person thing with Control Rig, I would just go here because it's a really great example. Okay, so I made this little kind of demo game. I got this environment off the marketplace. It's awesome. I think it's called like the Brutalist level or something. And I was like, let's have something crash through these pipes just to make this scene a bit more dynamic. So I took the dragon, and I have some animation in here, and I'm going to have him crash through these. So the first thing I'm going to do, grab all my static meshes and make them into one static mesh. Okay, and then I'm going to convert this into a skeletal mesh. All right, I do a lot of talking here, so bear with me. So once we get this into a skeletal mesh, we can do a lot of cool things to it. We can deform it, we can rig it, and do all sorts of crazy stuff. So I'm going to come in here and start building bones for it. I'm not spending a lot of time on these bones. I think if I did this for real, I also wouldn't spend a lot of time on these bones. I just need this to be enough to animate it. You know, I'm just kind of placing what I think here. I'm going to speed this up because you don't want to watch me place bones for 10 minutes. Okay, so getting all my bones, I kind of want it to open up and give some interesting effects. So once I have my bones placed, you should name your bones. We have a lot of really cool naming tools in the skeletal editor. If you give it hashtag, it'll auto-number it. We also added stuff to do prefixes and search and replace in there, so you don't have to build a tool to like name bones and things in your skeletal editor anymore. Okay, so just naming these guys really quickly, speeding up. I'm gonna go bind it. You really can just hit bind and accept. I'm just kind of seeing what my results will be. And my goal here is just to get something. I just need it to move. I'm not worrying about how detailed this is anymore. So I'm going to get something here. Okay, now we're going to fine tune it. I treat weight painting kind of like real painting. I like to layer it. You get something and then you kind of work it out. So I'm going to use our skeletal mesh editor. This lets you build bones and paint weights right inside Unreal. And a really cool workflow with this, especially for robots and mechanical stuff, is you can select a face or a vert and use this flood button, and it'll just flood everything that's connected. And then you can just select your bones. This was an accident, but you can middle mouse the bones in the viewport. And Kieran tried to fix it, and I told him not to because it's awesome. And so I'm just going to go through and do that process over and over again until I get everything kind of worked out. So you can see it's flood, add, flood, add, flood, add, all in the viewport pretty much. And so this is another thing that came with Animators. Someone said, I'd love to learn how to rig the robot or the mech or a robot thing. And this is the same process. If I had a big robot, I would probably be doing this same exact process for that. So this kind of demonstrates that too. Okay, so now I have some cool kind of opening up of the pipes, and my bones are there. So as I mentioned earlier on, a rig in Unreal is composed of these three assets: a rig, skeletal mesh, and a skeleton. We've handled the skeleton, we've handled the skeletal mesh. Now we need to build the rig. I'm going to use modular control rig because this is a great tool for rapidly prototyping things like this. I love the graph. I can work really quick in there myself, but I use this all the time, especially for this type of stuff. It's great for things that aren't non-characters either. So we're going to use the chain module. This has a really cool feature. I'm going to show you why. We're going to increase the control size just so I can see it. My root controls are getting really big, so I'm just going to crank those down a bit. Okay, so now you can see the blue controls are showing up. And now we're getting some movement. We got a little chain in there. So what I really like is this dynamics button. You click a dynamics button and you get a little bit of motion. This is not using the new physics tools. This is using what we call the spring interp node. I asked everybody what their favorite nodes were, and this was constantly coming up. And people love this node. It's just the spring. So I'm going to add a bunch of these around here because I want a little bit of movement with the rig as you animate it. I don't want to animate all that secondary motion. OK, so just drag and dropping these on. Really simple. And it builds basically an FK rig for me in all these bones. So I don't want to go set all those settings again. So new in 5.6, you can copy and paste settings. This is really awesome. And this came in kind of last minute, too. So you can just Control-V, and it copies all of your little rig configuration. And so now that dynamics checkbox is checked on, and really quickly I have all these rigged up. OK, so we have a rig. Still a little hard to grab. So I'm going to adjust the control size on the entire thing. So you can see that after I've built this rig, I can still come and adjust all the controls at once. I don't have to meticulously go through and scale the control vertices and stuff like that. So, all right, so I think this is good to go. All right, so now we need to swap out our pipes with this control rig. This control rig is attached to the skeletal mesh. So as I drag this in here, that's actually the skeletal mesh. And it's going to place the skeletal mesh and then plop in my rig. That's what just happened. OK, but instantly I can just start animating this guy. OK, so we're going to save this sequence. And I have a little game set up with a trigger. So you see this big box I walk through, and it triggers this dragon to come through the pipes. But nothing's happening yet. So right in my game, I want to just animate this guy. So I'm going to pop out a pie, and I'm going to come through, and I'm going to fast forward me animating, because also you probably don't want, it took me about 10 minutes in reality to do this. This is sped up 300 or 400%. But I'm just going to pose it and use that sequence that's being triggered to kind of animate against it. And so it's going through, just kind of roughing it out, not spending a lot of time on it. I'll admit, I'm not the best animator. I'm pretty good at this environment stuff, definitely not the character animator side. Frederick created this awesome dragon animation a long time ago. But it was really cool to just be able to place this in there and start interfacing with it. So now I've animated it, and with just a few keys, I have something cool. This was a mistake. I left this in here because I thought it'd be good to show. You notice the pipes were still there. I only checked the eyeball in the outliner. All the checkboxes in Unreal, I didn't check the visible checkbox down in here. So you have to go check that, or it will still actually show it pi. OK, so now that I checked that, let's test it again. Hit pi, walk through my trigger box. It'll reset. OK, and that's what I want to see. And I have, within about 15 minutes, rigged this whole thing and have a really cool kind of animation happening. I'm an overachiever, so I'm going to go a bit further because I can't stand it. But what's new in 5.6 is we've added the ability to add blend shapes on your meshes. So what we're going to do is I'm going to load up the instance. You can load your instance straight in here. So I'm seeing exactly what I see in Sequencer and getting that animation. And I want to create some shapes on this guy. I want to crunch it a little bit. It's feeling really kind of not interesting. But one thing I noticed is that I don't have enough resolution for my shapes. So this is really fun. I'm just going to remesh the thing live. If you did this in Maya, it would destroy your rig and everything you've done. But you can just literally remesh it, hit accept, and everything still works. So I just remeshed it. You could go to town and do all sorts of modeling on this if you wanted. And your weights and your rigging and everything will still stay intact. So now when I start sculpting, I get nice bendy kind of movement that I want on the pipes. OK, so speeding it up here, so a little pauses for. Going to just sculpt some crunchy shapes. Probably aren't the best shapes, but I don't know if it matters. It's pretty dark. I just need it to look interesting. You have a lot of tools. I'm going through all the tools pretty quickly. We can also add custom tools into this. This is using the modeling tool set. So now I got my shapes done. We need to animate them. The way to do it right now is you have to pipe it through control rig. So if you think procedural, I'm going to build me a little blend shape control rig. And there's 2 nodes. This is actually a really simple control rig. And you kind of do this over and over again. So how shapes are transferred around in Unreal is with curves. So you can access those curves in control rig. So there's 2 nodes, get curve value, set curve value. I'm just going to name it A. And I'm going to build me a little control. like a little animation channel that lets me key this control. I'm just going to hook it up to my A. So it'll make sense in a minute. Hang with me. Okay, so I'm going to add in my blend shapes control rig. And so now, just like Maya, I can come in here and select my little control, and I have a slider. If you've used blend shapes in Maya, this is the same exact thing. This is usually how you would animate it or hook it up to other rig controls. So now I can just key these on and off. I can art direct it right in the viewport. So I'm just going to set some keys. I'm going to speed this up a little bit. And so you can imagine you're thinking procedurally. You don't necessarily have to build that control rig every time. You could preset one up or build one that kind of finds the shapes and builds it dynamically. So I'm going to set these up here. OK, cool. So now you can see my crunching kind of happening. It's subtle, but it adds a bit more life to the scene. Cool. Yeah, I think we're done. That's probably enough. Okay, and something I've noticed is I want to add one more shape. I don't like how I don't get a little bit of anticipation, so I'm just going to add a bit of like anticipation to the scene to be like, oh, something's about to crash through. It's just that one little moment that kind of helps you think about that. So come in here, add another shape, and key it. And there we go. And I think I did all of this in about half an hour. That's also with me recording it. So here's the final scene. So really quickly, I took this kind of dull, lifeless area of this environment. This could be your animation or whatever, and just brought a lot of life to it by running through these tools. And so I wanted to go a bit further, and I was like, well, he'd probably hit this tank. He has these big horns. So I'm not going to rig this guy, and I really fast-forwarded this, but I'm just going to shape it. I'm just going to add some shapes. I do the same process of remeshing it. You can, doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want to the mesh in here. Same exact control rig. And come in here, I swap it out and animate some crunching on this guy. And with another 5 minutes, probably, I'm also adding deformers in here just to kind of give it some life. So all the blend shape tools work with deformers. OK, so let's try it out. And so as I walk through my trigger, it's going to reset, and we should see some interesting things. OK, and it just kind of helps bring a little bit more life to it. And I could continue to iterate here and spend more time on this. OK, so let's see this whole thing I built. I had a lot of fun with this. I used the first-person template and did that same process for all these little events. This is the mech. He has control rig physics on it. It's running live. I did a little transformation on him. And I kind of called this the control rig hallway. It's Bungee Man creeping around. So we're going to follow him down here. Just making little events. I'm a big fan of Half-Life. I really love that game because of all the scripted events that happened in it. And so I was kind of create, yeah, he's running from us, trying to lead us to the dragon. And so here's our scene we just built. And we have the dragon crashing through. And so it just added a lot of life. And I built this in probably, I don't know, a day. It was just really fun to go through and really bring a nice little demo test to life. OK, so let's talk about those blend shapes a bit more, because I find this to be a super powerful feature. And so I have this little scene here. Yeah, I did it on environment, great for characters. I'm going to take our dragon friend, load in my pose from sequencer using the running instance. And let's take a bit closer look at the tools. So I went through it pretty quick in that other tool. You can sculpt faces in here. You can move the mesh around, inflate. And you're getting direct feedback. This is all the materials. This dragon's pretty high res. It's pretty much instant. And I can sculpt around. You can change your name and make a new shape. This is all live. This is about how fast it takes. All right, and so now I can test them out. I have like a new little shape in here. It inverts it automatically for you. You don't have to do any crazy like inverting of the weight deltas. OK, so come in here, just like Maya. I have a little pre-built control rig. As long as I name my shapes A, B, or C, it'll pipe through, and I've animated my shape and changed the look of my little cinematic here. Well, let's get it out. We added a new plugin that lets you cache out all this stuff. So if you want to go to Houdini or do Fluid Sims hair, a lot of cool hair tools in Houdini, you can do that now with this tool. So generated a USD cache, and here it is. OK, so this is fun. Last Seattle, we added a feature to the skeletal mesh tools that let you paint weights at runtime. So you can go into Pi and change your weights, and it'll propagate into the game instantly. So I discovered this works with the blend shape tools, which is pretty awesome. So I took the game animation sample. I love this thing. We all love it. It's pretty great if you haven't played with it. And I have both the editor side by side here. I'm just going to make some shapes, hit accept, and it propagates to my game instantly. So what's really interesting is that I can keep changing this. I can come in here to the edit mode, and I can kind of now art direct this while I'm in the game. And so I've changed the look quite a bit really quickly with just one shape. So you can imagine prototyping things out for your game environment or your cinematic. And the setup for this was quite straightforward. It was a post-process animation blueprint with a control rig in it, showing that same control rig setup I've been showing the whole time, just using that set curve value node. So yeah, so I can go from here and keep adding shapes, keep editing, and it works at runtime. Pretty neat. Okay, so a lot of stuff I covered over this. These are all the plugins you should care about in 5.6. I didn't go over the animator kit much. We've talked about that a lot, but that holds all of our cool deformers and little helper rigs. Physics control holds all the physics stuff. Skeletal mesh morph editing tools holds all the morph tools I showed you, and the geometry cache level sequence baker holds the baking tools. We need to work on our names. They're pretty long. Okay, so I wanted to talk about this because Danny Chapman, who wrote our physics tools, did a lot of work. We actually wrote the physics tools for the Witcher 4 demo. We saw the horse, and we were like, well, we were writing these physics tools. Like, let's see how far you can get. So we kind of just stuck him on it. We did some other things with control rig. The new Unreal Animation Framework, there's a lot of talks today on this. Go check it out for more details. I'm not going to deep dive into that. There's a lot of cool information coming out about it. But we use control rig for a lot of these components in here. And I thought it was a great example of how you can really mix all these control rig tools I'm talking about in a real life production and kind of what, ideas for like using them. So we used it for the horse slope warping. Let's see if it'll play. Let's try it again. There we go. So if you're not familiar with slope warping, it's basically taking the character, when you just have the capsule moving around, they don't like orient to the ground correctly or adapt. So control rig is a really nice way to do that, because you can like kind of rig your character and you can procedurally animate things. So this was a prototype of having the horse walk around. You can see all the physics and everything move with it. And so this is a better example. And so you can see that rectangle in the ground, that's the slope, and it's adjusting Siri. We also used a lot of correctives on her on the top to do that. And what's really interesting about this is we were able to propagate this to like a lot of the NPCs. So the NPCs get the same quality as Siri. There's really no loss there. That's NPCs running all the same stuff too. That's a real benefit to the Unreal Animation Framework. And I want to note that the Unreal Animation Framework control rig is like the genetic DNA with it. About 2 years ago, we split out into a plugin called the rig VM. And so the new UEF is running on the rig VM, as is control rig. So they talk to each other really well. And so this is a really cool example Helge Mati built a long time ago with a look at. He was doing some prototyping. And some of this made it into the Witcher 4 demo. But this is on Echo, and I really like this because it's kind of shows you the ideas, thinking differently about how you rig. She's following this point and looking around. It's adjusting the rig and everything for you. In physics, so Danny Chapman was our engineer, and he was basically said, go, and built all these really cool physics on the horse, the hair, the reins. This is the hair system. It's driving all the hair grooming and everything that's in there. And I asked him too, like, what's a really cool part of the setup that I should mention, like at a high level? And he said the reins were really, really neat because he was able to have the reins slide through her hands and like rig them up and do things you can't really do in other systems. And it can have states. There's like states for it to lay down on the horse. And I've done reins before. I've rigged a lot of reins. It's really hard to do, and this came out really easy. And he actually said it was not too difficult to set up with all the cool tools he wrote. And this is from the keynote. This is kind of an overview of the horse. And you can see all the physics. That's all the systems running at the same time. So it's running live in the game. All right, so as I mentioned, being successful in our tools means changing the way you previously think about these concepts. And you really do have to rethink a lot of the stuff you know. All your base concepts come into our tools just fine, but there's a lot of places where if you kind of let go of these constrained boxes, you're really going to be much more successful in the tools. Okay, so this is kind of our big hits for 5.6. The QR code goes to our roadmap. We have a roadmap. Come tell us things. I read them. We all read them. We take that data. We take a lot of them seriously, so love to hear from you. Please come check it out and comment on all the parts. And everyone asked me about what are we doing next. So we'll go through this. Face rigging is a big part of what we want to do next. And not just face rigging. We want to create rigs that are things you've never seen before in Unreal. Highly stylized face rigging. We want to make skin weighting nearly automated. We want to bring a lot of the flavor from NG skin tools with non-destructive weighting into our tools to make you do everything faster. Clean rig visualization, getting rid of all those crazy controls on your rigs, keeping animators in context. You can be able to select your mesh and just animate it, Pixar style. Physics, so many cool things coming. Environment interaction, animating with physics. A lot of updates will be coming in the next year on that side. And then shot sculpting. If all the morph tools seemed a little clunky, we know that. We're going to clean that up into a really nice tool that lets you animate with morphs easily. Okay, last but not least, if you've ever used the MGear framework, I've talked to Miguel. He gave us a demo of the tools recently, and they've just released their first version of UEGear. So the rig generates from MGear. So if you are familiar with these tools and want to hop into Unreal and explore things, this might be a great path to do that. Or if you're already using the tools, you have a path into Unreal with these, so go check it out. And that's it. Thank you to all the engineers that wrote all this stuff. It's pretty great.
All right, hi everybody. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday, I think. Welcome to creating shorts and cinematics as a solo creator. If there's any small teams here, that'll probably also help you. Big teams, you'll get nothing from this. Just kidding. Yeah, woo. My name is Sir, that's my first name. You might know my YouTube channel, Sir Wade, that's my first and my middle name, just in case anyone's curious. Everyone seems to think it's a YouTube bit, but that's my actual name. So, I go by Sir Wade Online. And I'm an animator. I'm a full-time content creator. I left the studio world a couple years back to just try a year of freelance and YouTube and just building community resources. And that year of risk, I called it, never ended. That was like 8 years ago. So I've just been doing this, and it's been great. The other thing I've been doing is a lot of training. And so between my YouTube channel, where I do a lot of educational content, I have some stuff on the EDC, and more coming soon, which is very exciting. And I also have my own independent courses where I teach Unreal Engine. I've taught Maya and Blender, but lately it's been all Unreal because that's all I've been using, which is kind of by accident, but we're going to talk about that. Before I go any further, I'll show you some cool stuff that I've made for some of these different things. Enjoy.
Be silent. Keep your forked tongue behind your teeth.
Woo. Thank you. There's a variety of levels of polish in there because everything I do is sort of in the service of learning more things. And so that's what today is going to be about. I'm going to start off with when I knew nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean really nothing. It's a long story that we won't get into today, but we'll just kind of touch it. And then we'll jump through a bunch of other helpful things that hopefully will meet you wherever you're at. We're going to start off with some kind of basic, get everyone up to speed in case you're newer to doing stuff in Unreal. And then we'll get to some more advanced workflows a little bit later on. So, without any further ado, the first thing I ever made in Unreal was a music video. And it was a miserable experience. Not because of Unreal, but because I had no idea what I was doing. And this motion capture-based music video. If you read the description to this talk and it said like, a misguided freelance project that went wrong, that's this. The idea was to do a live action and animation kind of blended medium thing and eventually like visual effects integration. Stuff that I would normally be pretty good at, I like that kind of thing. But I was like, you know, we should do it in Unreal. I want to learn Unreal. I really believe in project-based learning, and I thought, what better way to learn than just jumping in on a professional project that's supposed to have a whole team in place. How hard could it be? Considering that it ended up just being me for a solid year with no team, it was not easy. It turned out it was actually really, really hard. And so I have a video about the failed animation studio, because that's kind of what it ended up being. But I got a lot out of the experience. I learned a lot of things. Some of the things that I knew worked well from the start that was just kind of, I wasn't expecting. Jumping into Marketplace at the time, being able to just download a bunch of stuff as an animator, that's not a thing we usually are doing, you're just kind of just animating. So being able to just grab all this stuff that had, you know, the grass moves and obviously the lighting, like we all kind of know now, like, yeah, it's gonna look nice. That was all brand new because Maya's not really, it's not a pretty piece of software. And that's where most animators come from. It's not, it's functional. But my big problems, these are kind of the three things I identified as my biggest weaknesses at the very beginning, which were I had no idea how the actual files worked. So it was a mess in this project. I also didn't realize you could edit in Unreal and you could put together the whole cinematic and then just hit export. So I was making individual shots and then exporting them. It was really, really weird. And I also thought, oh, there's gonna be lots of tutorials. Yeah, but a lot of them were really game dev focused, and I really struggled to find what I needed for these workflows. So that's what we're gonna talk about a little bit today. The project, in general, we did a lot of importing of some really cool stuff, hired people for character design, for modeling, and we ended up making a bunch of shots. I ended up making a bunch of shots. And these might lure you into a false sense of security of wow, this actually doesn't look too bad for a first time. But if I hit play on all these, you're gonna see that every single shot has no animation, and is just a slow camera pan, because that's all I could figure out how to do. It was pretty. It was based on the Genshin Impact stuff, which is, a lot of these assets are kind of from that game. The only animation that I did do, and I was really planning on doing a bunch of cool animation stuff, but unfortunately, this is all just raw mocap, because I didn't really know how to use mocap at the time either, and this hurts my soul. But there was a really important lesson in all of this that I jumped into Unreal being like, yeah, I don't know anything about Unreal, but it's gonna be good. And then as I kept hitting these walls, I didn't know like what was wrong, what I was doing wrong. And so ultimately through this process, I learned the most important thing. I learned how to name the things that I didn't know. I figured out what problems I actually had, and I could kind of describe around them enough that I could begin to work my way through learning. So I'm gonna start off with a checklist. Everyone loves a checklist. And I'm not gonna read these to you because they're long. These are all the plugins that I use. Not every single project requires these, and a lot of these are they're there by default. There are some of these that, like, if you download something from Fab and you jump into a project, it might not have some of these enabled, or depending on your template, so I just like to put them all in there, even though some of them I think are probably never unclicked. And then there's a few at the end with asterisks. Those are the like non-normal ones. That's like if you're using extra tools or certain hardware, things like that. But I do, and I like them, and so I thought I'd include them so you can research them on your own. And I'll have some examples of what these do later on. More checklists, or more things. My go-to settings, every time I start a project, these are the things I make sure on the left. And then some hotkeys. Those aren't like the total list of hotkeys, but those are the ones that I use a lot, and I don't see them like written super often in other places. Some of them are kind of more common, but they're just helpful, so. One more thing. One of the things that I mentioned in the settings a second ago on the left side was a manipulator thing. So just to point out like what that does, anybody who's done any 3D animation in any other tool, the manipulator on the right is the one that we're enabling. The one on the left is the default. They have different behaviors, but I typically work on the right one. And so if you're doing cinematics and you're doing like animation related things, very, very helpful. One more slide of these things, CVARs. In the bottom left corner of Unreal Engine, there's a little text field, and you can drop these in. You don't need to put all of them. That's a big important thing. The top two, yes, you want those. The top one you actually don't need to do in 5.6 because there's a setting called focus mode that was on the last slide, and that's what that does. Focus mode turns that CVAR on, which is really nice. It means you can move your mouse over a window and use a hotkey instead of having to click in it to then be able to do hotkeys. Super helpful. And then constraints, that activates all the good new speed stuff, which is really, really nice for a lot of reasons. We'll talk a little bit about these other ones later. These ones at the bottom are really conditional. If you're like, oh, I don't want motion blur, that's a way to turn it off. If you aren't using the new Keynote foliage voxel stuff, then these ones at the bottom are a good way to sort of force the LOD of all the objects like foliage in your scene so that if you have weird stuff in the distance, I've had that a couple of times, thought I'd mention it. But this one about streaming pool size, that's the answer to if you've ever had this happen, where your textures just get really gross looking, and you just change, and you see in the top left corner, you can barely see it, texture streaming pool over the limit. You just increase the number, just try a different number, and it'll make it a lot nicer. So if you ever run into that, that's what that is. And then this. These are great. William Fauché has a great YouTube channel. A lot of great cinematography stuff, color grading, highly recommend. And he has some amazing plugins that you can grab on Fab. And then Anthony Coitra, right over here, has built for us the Locodrome Map, the MetaHuman animation tool. It's a picker. I do not animate MetaHumans without that. It is so much nicer with that. So highly recommend, thanks to this guy. And then one more tool, and then we get into the other stuff. I'm only recently converted into this. That's another thing Anthony put me onto, but Diversion is a revision control system. Bottom right corner of Unreal Engine, there's a little menu, revision control. And you can connect it to various options, per force and a bunch of different things. It pops up with some options. I use Diversion, and I've used it for a couple of weeks, and I'm obsessed with it. I'm gonna use it for everything. Basically what it lets you do, if you've never worked in a studio environment where this is normal, it allows you to basically say, hey, I want my entire project to be synced with sort of their cloud service. It's all secure and encrypted, or however you describe that. They're probably here somewhere, I don't know. And it allows you to basically sync your project so that if something goes wrong, you can roll back to old versions. Every time you hit commit, you can leave yourself a comment, so you can keep track of what those old versions were. Because the way to iterate in Unreal is a little bit weird. You have to be like duplicating files, naming the new things. If you forget to do that, this is your lifesaver. And then in the desktop app, that's like the menu of like, there's all my versions with all my comments, and your dates and your timestamps and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, moving forwards, let's all get on the same page really quick. I don't know how, actually I want to ask, who in here is like animation is your main thing? Good group. Shout out whatever else if it's not animation. I heard probably like 10% of what you yelled, but there was a big variety there. Thank you. So some of you might need this. Characters in Unreal, as we might know, are very different than other tools. So then that throws a lot of people off, especially animators. It's not just like a model that gets a rig, and then that is your asset, and you bring in your character with your modeled, or your rigged model, and then you go. There's like a whole ecosystem of how these things work together. At the core level, the skeleton is the thing that determines whether what you're trying to do is gonna work with the other thing you're trying to do it with. So if you've got a character and you've got motion capture or a rig somewhere that you're like, can I connect these things? The skeleton's what determines whether those things are compatible with one another at a super, super high level. And then the skeletal mesh or the blueprint, depending on how complex your character is probably the thing you're gonna drag and drop to like use that character. The skeletal mesh is basically just the character with the bones inside. It's all skinned, it works. There may not be a rig attached to it, but that's the thing you need to move forward. MetaHumans or blueprints, as an example, there are a lot more pieces to them, and so they're constructed. They're like it's like an After Effects, if you know that one. It's like a pre-composition of other things. I don't know. One more thing on this is sort of the project file type of assets that we have to work with. Levels and maps. Super high level, super quick. Your levels, if you download a fab or a marketplace asset, you'll often find a folder called maps, and that's where you'll find levels a lot of the time. But that is like the world, and the world is separate from whatever you choose to do in it, or whatever other things you want to add to your shot or your sequence, which all of that stuff happens in level sequences. It's a different type of asset, and it's just a blank container. You can nest them within each other to create subsequences, but each one is just a level sequence. That's sort of the core of what every animator is always looking for. Like, how do I like work in Unreal? You want a level sequence. That's like your animation file. And that's also your shot file for everything else. I think here, yes. Here, I'm going to jump into Unreal super quick, and we're going to try a thing. If as long as this is going to work. Hey, cool. So here's an Unreal project, and this is, yep, that slide was out of order, but that's okay. So at a super base level, here I am in a level, in a world, right? This is downloadable on Fab. It's a Stylize Tokyo environment. And you can have inside, let me actually close this little menu here. The level itself is just the level. Anything can be in there, and that's great. We're running off my laptop, which is why it's a little bit slower than it should be. That's on me. But if you open a level sequence, then you'll get to see your timeline, and that's where you get to see whatever other shots you have. Now, I've left a few things kind of broken in the level sequence here, so you can see. If I hit play, you're going to see a couple things happen. This little cone does its thing. Suddenly, a character pops in, and then they're animated. Then the character is going to disappear, and then we're back to this character walking away. Each of these shots is completely independent of one another. They don't talk to each other, but this level sequence that we're in now that contains each of them just lets us play through them. The thing that I want to mention, the things that can be helpful, are if you're getting started with level sequences and you're trying to nest them, just a helpful tip is every single level sequence that's like nested within, I would recommend just throwing in the left area here, you can add stuff. I would recommend in pretty much every level sequence, you want to add a camera cuts track. That is what's going to allow you, by clicking the little button here, to pop into any camera that you may have had like up above. So let me go ahead and go back to show you that if I have here, this camera, oh, actually, probably would help if I had had a camera cut track in this one. So let me go ahead and add that. That's what I was supposed to show you. So if you add a camera cut track, there's different ways you can do this. There's all kinds of different configurations. A camera cuts track is sort of your editing window as well. So you can see here I have like a shots track. You can also go to camera cuts and you can add shots here as well. And I actually don't want to spend too long on this because we got other things to show that are much cooler than this. But just to show you that in this first track, if I double click in, this one's set up in a way where you have, I don't know if you can read that, but it's like lighting, effects, animation, environment. You can have different types of things. And this is really when you have teams of people, how it's supposed to be. Each artist can grab one of those and they're not stepping on each other's work. As an individual, do you need to do this? That's really up to you. If it helps you to sort of separate stuff, cool. I typically don't go super granular with this process. I will do it, however, if I need, go back up here. If I need, for example, a whole bunch of shots to happen and I need something happening across all those shots, I'll have one subsequence that does that thing as like a base layer across this entire timeline. And then my other more independent stuff are shots that layer on top of that. You'll see a little bit of those examples later. In this second shot, super quickly, you can see this one had a second character all of a sudden. And that's just as a reminder that some assets, you basically just drag and drop them from your level and then you can access them. But if you drag and drop something specifically into this window that doesn't go into your level, you can also convert it in other ways. It gets this little icon here, this little lightning bolt. That means it's instant. That means it only lives inside this level sequence. That's why the character, Quinn up here, she disappears when we're not looking at this shot. So when I scrub out of that shot, she doesn't exist. She's only spawned in when we're in that zone. So that can be really helpful to know as well. And you can also edit these. You can see how this has like a little gap in here. That's because the out point is set earlier. And so you do need to kind of pay attention when you're linking them together. It's powerful. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it's just good to know some of those things. Okay. One last little setup-y thing is your favorites and your collections. In this kind of bottom left area here, you can see that the content browser has a little favorites menu that a lot of people don't realize is there when you're starting out. You can add folders into that menu just to get to them really easily, especially when you start to have a lot of stuff. And you can also have collections down at the very bottom where you can basically create, that doesn't go into revision control. These kinds of things are just personal to your file. So if you're just for your own organization, you want to put characters or certain assets that you want to get to really quickly, just a quick way to get to it. And then also, these are out of order, but that's okay. Filters. Your content browser has a little filter button, and you can just tag things that you want to find easily. And as soon as you turn that filter on, it just creates a little button inside of the content browser down here that you can hit that, and whatever folder you're looking at, it'll just look for that type of asset. So you can see you can just filter by level sequence or whatever else. So that text was optional, and the additional text was supposed to go there. Oops. Every time I start an actual project, getting into it now, I start with these same two questions. What am I inspired by, and what do I have to work with? It's all about figuring out sort of what direction to go, because in my case, I am not the kind of creative artist that just has lots of ideas and I've got stories to tell and I have a vision. I call myself technically creative. Like, I'm technically creative because my creativity comes from tools and features and sort of reverse engineering creativity from whatever thing I'm like looking at that goes, oh, that's really cool. I wonder if you could do this and this and this. And I end up doing something that's like, wow, what a creative idea. It's like, no, I just know the tool really well. And so for me, it's about goals and tools. To learn something new is always my goal, but trying to figure out what direction to point that in is often dictated by tools or limitations or features or something. That's how I choose to do it. You do your thing. But it always kind of ends up in this section where it's like, all right, how do I begin? What do I have to work with? And this is kind of my 4 boxes of just what I'm evaluating. I'm not going to read all this to you. You can read. But I will point out 2 things. For animation, in Unreal, most things I think we're used to seeing realistic. There's obviously amazing stylization happening by tons of great teams. But as individuals, the tool set is more geared towards realism, usually, I feel like. And so I'm going to show you a few things a little bit later to kind of push that a bit more. And then as far as all the other stuff, there's just so many different options and so many different ways to do things. For cameras, you can manually animate them, or you can connect your phone or your iPad and do live link and just pile it around and you see into the 3D scene. I thought about doing it live, but I don't think with the convention Wi-Fi, I wasn't willing to take that risk. So you can Google that one. But with characters specifically, These are three of the most kind of well-known ways to do it. You can actually just animate the characters, which, right? Some of us are going to be willing to do. Others in this room don't want to touch that. That's fine. Motion capture is the most sort of established workflow inside of Unreal. And there's also MetaHuman Animator, which we saw in the keynote yesterday. Now works live, which is crazy. It's very cool. And then one that I don't think as many people realize is here is the gameplay logic. You can actually sort of record stuff that's happening in the engine in Take Recorder, whether it's using blueprints or whatever. Like, you don't have to necessarily know how to use blueprints, but you know how when you open the third-person template file and you hit play and you're controlling the character, you can just record everything that happens in the scene, and that becomes an animation file that you can then edit and do cool stuff with. I think there's literally a talk happening right now about that topic, and so if we have some time, I'll show a couple of things. But I have a lot of examples, so I don't know how much we'll get through. This was my first sort of animatic that I made in Unreal as I started to learn stuff. Every piece of animation is actually I'm not using any of those three options. I'm not using specific motion capture. I'm not using gameplay, anything, and I didn't hand animate a single thing. This, with this very slow-paced thing that I watched this, and I was like, wow, this is really boring. I got to redo the whole idea. This was version 1 of that like robot lightsaber fight, which thank goodness I changed it because this is so slow. But this is actually the example I was talking about where there's all these characters just like sprawled around, which was a little bit morbid, and I changed that. That's just a subsequence of like all those characters being affected by a pose across the entire sequence, where this character has their own shots. But every bit of animation is just from, it was the marketplace at the time, it'd be Fab now, right? It's just technically motion capture, but it's just motion capture clips, animation sequences that I just dropped in, and you just line them up and you blend them together. And I tried to aim for making sure like the feet were not super far away or anything, but everything in here is just blended animation clips. Took very little work, and it was a nice way to sort of figure out, is this the direction I want to go? No, it's not. I did a similar thing with this. This was an exercise for me just to figure out how to make an environment, so I'm not going to talk too much about that right now. But you can see that the character's walking a little bit slower. If you go to, actually let me go ahead and show you the thing. If you have animation data, which we do here. In this particular shot, these are the clips I'm talking about. With your character down here in the sequencer, you can add animation. If you don't already have an animation track, you can go and you can find any compatible animation with your character. And so if I went and did that, which I already did, I have an idle and a walk, and they're just close together and they blend. So if I blend them super aggressively, the feet are going to slide a lot more, right? And then I just keyframe the character starting to move forward. But what you can do with these too is you can right-click on them, go to Properties, and just in case you've never looked in here, you can change things like the play rate. You can reverse it. You can adjust things about how this data is run through the engine. So it's just a really quick way that if you are using these kinds of these workflow tricks, this gives you a little bit more flexibility without having to actually go down and bake the stuff to control rigs or do layered control rigs, things like that, which I will show. So back to the larger projects. Actually planning the cinematics itself. This is sort of my list. I kind of go through this every time. My first whole, what do I want to make, is really about tone and learning. Planning for me is the biggest part, and you've seen now the 3D animatic. That's what we just saw, where I just kind of use stuff that's available and I throw it in there. I'll sometimes draw stuff, but I'm not that great of an artist, but that is pretty quick. For me, reference, I'll show you an example. I basically will film everything to practice what it is I want to make in 3D. Because I can do video editing way faster than I can do any of these other things. Doing YouTube for this long, that's kind of become one of my like fastest skills. And so I'll film stuff, and I've always liked reference. So that to me is super helpful. From there, I call it creative phase 1 because that's like the block out. Just I do everything at a really high level just to get it kind of working. Because one of the big things about Unreal that everyone will talk about, right, is with a big team, you have simultaneous workflows and everybody can jump in at the same time, and you can have the pipeline be different, this waterfall pipeline. It doesn't have to go conveyor belt style. Everyone can kind of share. As one person, this is my version of that, where I'll kind of just touch everything and kind of just get everything kind of working. Because what's nice is you never have to like redo work. You can just continue to iterate on stuff from the beginning when you're all the way over here in lighting, because it all still works. To me, that's how that benefit comes to small teams and individuals. And then eventually you get to actually doing the tie-down stuff. You actually do the work. This is just an example. this is not for this talk. This was an example of like, I'm gonna film this thing because I might animate a person getting out of a drop ship. So this is just what I do in my office. And I play with ideas like, oh, maybe the helmet, like, Avengers its way out of here. Or like, how would I grab the handle? And it's all sound effects. Now this is a little bit more fun. Anybody recognize that? Thank you. Does anybody know what that's from? John Wick, yeah. The little thing gets you at the end. I thought it'd be fun to redo a John Wick scene. And that is about a crash mat for that, to help my downstairs neighbors. This is what I end up capturing every time I do something like this. This was motion captured. I want to thank Xsens if they're here. Movella Xsens has loaned me a suit to use for videos. And this is what I'm doing with it. So I'm putting it to good use. But top right corner is what you just watched. It's my version to be like, ooh, I can see it. Do I like it? Is it working? And I'll basically, there's so many different takes that I went through that I cut and I found the best ones. And so I edit a video of it so that I know what it's going to look like eventually. Top left corner is my way to just kind of see the whole thing, just separate, without it being cropped. Bottom left is really helpful for timing. I try really, really hard to keep a count in my head when I do these kinds of things so that I can kind of line up the actions without having to do a lot of speed ramping or motion adjusting, because I can do it with animation tools, but if I can just get it in capture, that's always best, and it's a fun challenge. So this is my way to kind of see, is it lining up? And then the one on the bottom right is probably the most important, which is I screen record while I do my motion capture so that later on when I'm doing all this work and I've edited all the stuff, I don't have to go searching for frame numbers. I just watch that, and then I mute that track, and underneath it is those. And I can see the frame numbers. Or you can just burn it in on the frames, metadata, that kind of thing. But that's my like capture process. That's my like, try to not cry later. Now, this John Wick animation is not done yet. I'm going to work on it later today at the Puget Systems booth at 1:30. So if you want to come and hang out, see some demos, and watch me take this a little bit further, this is the current state of that data. You bring it all in. Please ignore when they're T-posing, because it kind of snaps them into position once we hit those animation tracks. But obviously, there's no animation done whatsoever so far. It's just the raw capture data. This isn't even retargeted. And it works pretty well. I didn't jump quite that far. That would hurt. But there's that. Now, there is one kind of tangent I want to make here. So there's me. If you look really closely, you see when they kind of switch motion clips and they kind of buzz, they kind of will fizzle right around there. See that? That could easily have been adjusted with a bunch of different things. There's a lot of different ways that you can do the capture. There's a lot of different ways you could mess with an engine. I left that there and then realized like, I should have done it differently. But I left that there so I could tell you one specific thing. Earlier in the presentation, I had a CVAR called t.max frame rate. One of the things that happens in Unreal is the engine will go as fast as it can to evaluate the frames. But when you're watching it back, sometimes, even if you're set to 24 FPS or something, your viewport will give you more frames than that actual number. And if you get weird artifacts, you can lock the viewport with that CVAR to only give you 24 FPS on your screen. So you get a better representation of what the actual render is going to look like. Doesn't really account for motion blur, but that sometimes happens in other examples you'll see later. Mannequins specifically are the best thing to be working with, in my opinion. If you have a specific asset that you've built a custom character and that's what you're using, then obviously like go for it. But if you don't have like the rig all figured out and everything's like locked down, mannequins are a really good baseline because everything with them just works really well. Everything's designed around them. They've got control rigs. They've got sort of all the blueprint stuff set up. So anything you're trying to do across the engine, you can pretty much use the mannequin for some part of the workflow and then eventually bring your character into the mix. So maybe you grabbed something from Fab and it doesn't have a control rig, or it doesn't have, I don't know, blueprint stuff set up and you don't know how to do that. You don't need to, because you can just do, like I said, you could record the gameplay stuff here with Take Recorder, get the animation data, retarget it onto your character later, or whatever. These are the baseline for everything I do, including motion capture, especially because the IK-FK switches are built into the whole rig. One thing I want to show you really quick here is if I come back to this, there's a feature that you should know about. Well, actually, there's two things you should know about. If I just jump back to, I'm just going to keep using this example here. In here with these characters, if I delete the custom animation on Manny, bye-bye, and I just add something with mocap, just something with, we'll just do his run. Keep it really simple. There's his run. And if you have ever had to deal with, for example, feet sliding in mocap, there is a bunch of really specific workflows we could get into, but at a really, really base level. Motion capture is an FK system. Everything starts at the hips, it works down from there, and so if you need to like lock the feet down and you don't have an IK rig, you're not gonna have a good time. There's a lot of features in Unreal that we can get by with that, but one thing we can do here is you can actually just, well, first of all, you could just, first we need to lock this into, or bake this onto our control rig. And so what we can do is we can bake to control rig, and you can say bake to mannequin body. You get some options, let's just say go for it. What it'll do is it'll convert all that motion data into keyframes. Hopefully you've all seen this before, but this will bake it all down onto the rig. That's one way to do it. I'm gonna delete that. I'm going to right click this and I'm going to reactivate it because it defaults to going away once I replace it. And I'm gonna show you a different method. There's also layered control rigs where you could add a rig on top, which is also very handy. And so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say control rig, check the little layered box. This is a 5.4 feature, so this isn't super new, but everyone should know about it. So now I've got a rig on top of the mocap data, right? Still does its thing, still runs around, but instead of having keys baked in all the frames, I have clean curves. We could also do animation layers. Like there's so many different options. We could spend an hour and a half just talking about this, but we won't. What I want to point out is because this rig is, the thing about this rig, the reason I want to point it out is if you hit the global control at the bottom, you have your IK-FK switchers. So it defaults to IK feet, which means that we can easily move the feet around, and we don't have to worry about that whole FK mocap business. That's pretty straightforward, but a lot of people don't realize you can do this with the hands too. So maybe you have all this capture data, or stuff from Fab or stuff that you've made, and you want to change it later. Whoa. That's right, I'm working off a laptop. You can switch the hands into IK, and that solve went to both skeletons. So it's still doing its thing. I went beyond the scope here. It's still doing its thing, but now you have control over where the object is in an IK space instead of, for those of you who aren't an animator and don't know what I'm talking about, if I switch the right arm back to FK, this one is more based around individual rotations of the upper, lower arm and the wrist, which is the default for this kind of thing. And there's one last thing here, which is if you have sort of preset these values, you go, you put the control rig on, and you make all those decisions. You say, I really like working with this setting, tweak this way, FK, IK, all these things. If you right-click on your character, and you create an animation track, and you right-click down here, actually, best way to do that, I will do this. Let me go ahead and delete all the animation on Quinn. That's the fastest way to do this. If I go to Quinn, and I go to her control rig, say go ahead and add control rig, turn off layered because we don't need it, not right now, mannequin. What I can do is I can right click in this area specifically, and there's a button called import anim sequence into this section. I can pick an animation clip to bring in, so if I go grab her run cycle, and what it'll do is it'll ask you a quick question. Whoops, unless I get rid of the little button here. There's a thing here that says reset controls. That's the default. If you uncheck this, it won't reset the controls. It'll leave it with all your settings. So then when you bake it, it bakes into those preferred modes. That's like an animator thing. If you're not an animator, that's like cool. But that's like a really cool thing. Please be impressed. Thank you. What's more useful for everybody is the idea that because you maybe started with a mannequin, like I did here, you can swap the character later. It was going really fast. Also, shout out to Embergen. That was an Embergen simulation that I brought in as a VDB and dropped it in, and then used it in the scene, which is very cool. But that character, all the animation did, I just switched. I just switched the character and dropped it in. I just copy-pasted it. Because the skeletons are compatible. So it's exactly the same, and then I got to play with the face. And it feels just a little bit more violent now that he has a face, so I feel a little bad for him. Which takes us into the next section of when we're dealing with metahumans. Obviously, there's a lot to do. They're a lot more involved than mannequins and things like that. I just want to make a couple quick call-outs of things that I struggled with when I was working with them. MetaHuman Animator specifically is that ability to record your face performance and then put that on a character. You can do it like you saw yesterday, 2 days ago. What day is it? Whatever the day the keynote was. You can do it live now. But you can also just take an audio file, drop it in, and it'll generate a lot of great facial animation, which you can use if that's all you need. In my case, I use it as a starting point. But the one thing I want to point out is the little purple thing, which is there's a little hidden checkbox. It's not hidden. It's just that when you open a new editor in Unreal, it's not maximized. And I was working on this. This was my first time using the tool. And I was looking at the left for the longest time, and I was like, it just looks off. I don't remember it feeling so like subdued when I was recording it. And eventually I figured out how to get it to look on the right. We're like, oh, the head's actually now turning and the eyes are doing something different. But I didn't catch this for an embarrassing amount of time because I was focused on all the other things. Because what I had done at the time, I was like, oh, blend mask or bone mask or whatever. And I went and I set all these different things to one, and I basically created this whole thing where like, oh, these joints are going to be allowed to do something and the other ones won't, and I'll set them all up, and I'll make a blueprint, and I'll figure out I spent so much time like figuring out, aha, the magic layered blend per bone, which is a great node, but it was completely unnecessary because for my workflow, this is the thing that you open up, it generates the face, and if you just look kind of in the right menu there's not a whole lot of options. If you maximize it, there's a little thing that says head motion. You just hit disabled, and then I don't have to do any of those things that I did, which was really nice to not have to do that anymore. Because in my case, I just wanted the facial data. But MetaHuman Animator gives you sort of head motion, and that's what I was canceling out because the body had head motion and the MetaHuman face had head motion, and those are the things that were blending over each other, and I didn't realize that they both had the head stuff, so I had to find a way to filter one or the other. Until now, you just hit the button. But for actual working with the face, is that going to do the thing? This is my workflow for making metahumans feel a little bit more lively. I think we've all seen a metahuman that's just kind of like dead-eyed, staring into space, just feels really stiff and weird. They don't all, obviously, but like it's a process to learn this kind of thing. So I thought I'd give some of my tips. I'm doing a deeper YouTube video on this too, so if you're curious, I'm going to go a lot more in depth on that. But for this particular example, I took the audio to face piece of MetaHuman Animator, and I fed through a bunch of different options, tried lots of things. Eventually, not eventually, I made a character, I plugged it all in. I was kind of doing my animation reference stuff of like, oh, let me look at the original source material, figure out what I want to do. And then I had come up with this whole workflow that is completely useless. Because again, this whole big box in the top left corner, the workflow overview, da-da-da-da-da-da, you don't have to do any of that. And it was when I was literally typing all this up. And I was like, oh yeah, this was genius. And I read it back and I'm like, yeah, that's right. And then I sat there and I thought, I wonder if I could have just like copy pasted it on top of itself and if that would have worked. Because I tried some stuff. The copy paste works. So that entire block of text is useless. And I'll show you what that is, because for everybody in here, even if you're not an animator, I think this will be actually really useful. I think I can do it here. How do I do this? So that, nope, that's not it. Oh, wait, hold on. Where am I? Sorry. Oh, I'm on the wrong. My mouse is being weird. There we go. Got it. Figured it out. Nope, that's not going to let me do it either. That's OK. We're going to go over here, And I'm going to use the backup because I thought that I might mess something up, and indeed I did, but that's okay. Live demos. So here we go. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you just really quickly. If I jump over to just a kind of blank scene, I'm going to load up the face animation stuff. And what I did specifically, whoops, here we go, is this one. Give it a second. When I did the MetaHuman face project, I was saving as I went. I was trying to keep track of each major change so I could really kind of look back and figure out what the best workflow should have been, because I knew I was going to make mistakes along the way. And with this character, a tip for MetaHuman animation, you can just put the skeletal mesh of the head somewhere in your regular scene, in a blank level, and just animate that separately. I would recommend that because MetaHumans are so kind of involved. They can get kind of weird, and you're like working on them, and then the head detaches from the body, and then you have to kind of go back and recompile, and it can be kind of a pain. And I hope that's something that, I'm sure that's something that's being worked on, but for just easy like life, just put the head somewhere if you're going to do the head. And then you can do the mannequin stuff for the body, and you just combine them later. And what I did is I have here all of the iterations of the face. Whoa. Let me go ahead and come back over here. This is every version of the face. At the beginning, it was just about the raw data. And I did kind of one thing at a time, trying to make it better and better. And I named them so I wouldn't lose track of it. But the way I knew what to do, because animators are going to have sort of the inherent, like you'll just, I'm going to work on all these things, and you kind of just work in chunks. But for everybody who's not an animator, dealing with facial animation can be kind of daunting. And I have a trick that I think works really well for this kind of thing. So I'm going to show you how to do that. If I go back to the original one here, if I go to, actually, I already have it prepared, which is really helpful because we need that for time. Well, come back. So this one on the, get rid of all of them. This one on the left is the base animation that we got from MetaHuman Animator. The one on the right, or sorry, flip it. The one on the left is normal, or the one on the right is normal. The one on the left is a little bit much. What I did to do this, it's very, very easy, is if you take the regular animation data, or the animation clip, or the sequence that you get, and you right-click on the character, and you bake it to the control rig, and you put it onto the face control board. It'll take that, and it'll create keyframe data, and it'll shove all that keyframe data onto your character. So if I delete these, you'll see that that character just has all the keyframe data. And what you can do is, this is a little bit of a hacky workflow. This is kind of doing animation layer stuff without doing animation layers. If you add a section, specifically, you have to click the plus button on the control board, not the other plus buttons, and you add an additive layer here. It creates another copy of the faceboard control stuff, and it's blank. And then what you can do, I always like to set a key on the first one, you just copy all this data and paste it onto that next layer, and what it'll do is it'll double. You're now adding the original animation data on top of itself. And you can continue to do this to keep upping it if you need to. You can get more control if you're using animation layers up here in the top left corner. That's how I was doing it for my actual workflow. But if you're not familiar with layers and you just want to try this, that's a quick way to just amp up the action. Why do you do this? Because if something's kind of not working and you're not like used to looking for it, and your eye isn't trained as an animator to like identify, oh, the brows need to be smoothed out and whatever else. When things get a lot bigger and you see that the eyebrows are, for example, I think over here, if you watch the center of the two eyebrows, kind of that middle zone, and you'll see that they kind of vibrate up and down. That's one thing, is you might start to notice little motion patterns, like, oh, it's kind of bouncing around, I don't really like that. That's a little harder to notice when it's subtle, so you can sort of magnifying glass it up. But more importantly, it just increases the facial expression. And you can see that he looks more like sad and pouty. He's supposed to be angry. And so it takes any subtlety in the face and it just blows it up to be more of that emotion. So you can see, is that the emotion I want to use? Maybe I should use a pose library, and I should try to change that up. And so eventually, you can get to the final version, which is over here. And you can see that the final version I ended up with is a lot less pouty, sad, and a lot more just really pissed off. But that was kind of the trick that hopefully is useful for some of you in here. And then I got to blitz through, because I am going slow. I'm talking too much. That's this. And then some of the other things I did. There is a custom control rig that was another thing from Anthony, quite over here from Locodrome. He built a custom control rig for me that basically gives me a control per bone inside the MetaHuman face. So there's a ton of controls, like so many. That's really for if you're not a fan of Heart and you're like, I want to animate everything, then you can. But that's not really supposed to be done. The thing that's really going to make the difference for everybody is the eyes. The eyes are usually locked to the head. And what you want to do is just change that. You can use constraints, you can use space switching, you can do all kinds of different things. Your goal is basically if the character's head moves away from a point, don't have the eyes follow with the head. Have the eyes lock on to what they're looking at, and if the head turns, they don't have to stay exactly on that spot. But you want to keep it in that general ballpark. Unless the character's darting their eyes to look at something else, you want an independence between the eyes and the head, and that's what's going to make a really big difference in making the character feel a lot more alive. Environment stuff, blah, blah, blah. Here's this. I'm just going to keep this. There we go. Oh, no, come back. I'll just hit the button. It doesn't need to have audio or anything. I don't think it does. Come on, play. Doesn't want to play. Well, you saw it earlier. But that's what I meant by the custom face rig. Those are all the joints inside of a MetaHuman's face. The face board on the side keeps you from having to deal with that. I want that, I like that, and that's what I use to get like the really pushed expressions towards the end. And then one last little tidbit, this was really hard for me to find actually. If you ever want to render those little dots, or the body controls or anything like that, if you want control rig stuff to show up in a render, it can be kind of helpful for things. There is an actor up in the top search bar of Unreal. You can just look for the control display actor, and then it allows you to just kind of drop it in your level. You can assign it to the character blueprint, and you just tell it what rig to look for. It's just kind of hidden, but it's in there. Kind of cool. Now, I got a rapid fire. I'm almost out of time. Some last things. These are recorded, luckily. The actor palette. This was a plugin. Most packs of things you'll grab come with a showcase level and a pack of like, here's all the things laid out next to each other. The actor palette is a window that you can pull up in the tools menu to be able to basically just say, hey, cool, like, yeah, there's that big fancy world, but let me see that overview with all the different pieces. And what you can do with this open is you can just drag and drop them into whatever scene you're actually working on. Right? That's so nice, and that's just there. You might have to turn it on, but that's super easy. The next thing, similar to it actually, is what's called level snapshot. This has been sitting up here, and it's just a button I never clicked. That button up there, level snapshot, you can commit, say, hey, this is the original version. I like it this way. Sometimes you want to break stuff though, but you don't want to like really break it. But what you can do is you can save a level snapshot, then you can start to make changes to your level. Whatever you want to do, you can add stuff, you can move stuff, rescale, whatever. I didn't make that big of a change here. Let's just move the tree a little bit, rotate it, and then see if I can speed this up. Blah, blah, blah. And then what you do, I think I moved the bike, added an asset, let's go ahead. Here we go. Then you hit that level snapshot button again, and you just comment something else. Oh, I changed some stuff. You're saving states of this level, and you can even change the lighting and that kind of thing. And eventually, when you're ready, you just hit the little, let's see, that's a lighting commit, because lighting lives in the world. There we go. So then you open the editor, and you have all of your commits there on the side. And if you want, you can get specific pieces. You don't have to do all of it at once. But what you can do is you just select whatever the version is that you want to go back to, and you hit restore, and you can see there that you have that granularity should you want it. But when you hit the button, it just snaps it back. And you can easily just pop around to different versions of the level, which is really, really handy. Come on. Super fast here. One of the other plugins that I showed in the plugin area was the physics layout tool. This is one I got from William Fauche's YouTube channel. I learned about it through there. He has a great tutorial on it. I recommend watching it. But you can take any asset and just kind of spawn them in. And then you can save that as just stuff in your scene. So instead of having to place everything manually, if you just want some clutter, obviously we did rocks here, but you could take anything and any combination of different assets and just have them scatter. You don't need this plugin to do it. You can do it with Unreal's basic simulation tool. That was the K key earlier on. But anyway, one more thing. This is the, here's a trick to take, if you have environment assets and you have a skeleton in them. This is another one, shout out to Anthony. He's working on a short film with a small indie team, and they are doing this project. They had this, I had not seen this until they showed it to me. To take your environment assets, give it a skeleton, and then you can customize the environment to have different versions of it. You create assets from the one. So one asset gives you an entire array of different things that you can use for your environment, which is very cool. There's that. And then here, I can see that I'm basically out of time, which is a bummer. I'm going to show you one more thing. And I think I have time for Q&A. All right, I can hang out after for Q&A. The thing I want to show you here is what we affectionately call mouse mocap, which is how this was animated. If I jump back over here, and I go back to this thing, it's actually the other project. Nope, not you. You. This animation, I did very little to actually animate the character. There's a great little trick, if I can just get this to not be frozen. There's a great trick where you can take any control rig asset. It needs to be a control rig specifically. You can't do it with like a cube or something. At least last I checked. Maybe that's changed in 5.6. But if it's a control rig asset, what you can do is if you hold onto a control, like left click and hold, on any control and hit spacebar, it'll start to play. And as long as you have auto key turned on, whatever you do gets captured as keyframe data. That's why we call it mouse mocap. And so this entire animation, I wanted wind resistance. I wanted him to feel like he has, air resistance being buffeted by the wind. And so what I did is inside of this little 2-shot sequence, I've got the one shot. You can see my camera cut track here. So that's how I'm accessing the camera from above. So if I click on this was the demo from earlier, I jump into the camera, even though the camera's at the bigger shot level, so it just lets me access it. And the character, if I go ahead and click on Manny here, hit his control rig, it'll jump into animation mode. And then if I take his arm, for example, you can see that he has a bunch of animation data. Now, I was doing layers to try some different things. I'm going to go ahead and just mute all of this. Boop, boop, boop. Nope, not that one. He needs that one. My bad. So I did just like a simple motion on his root. He's just an FK. He's just kind of falling forwards. The camera moves up towards him a little bit, and I've got these little Niagara speed lines, and that's what's making it seem like he's falling. But he's really just stuck here in space. But to get him to feel like the air resistance was happening, all I did is I took his arm controls, like that. I threw them in an animation layer. And in this particular case, I'm just going to use all three of these. We're going to see what happens. It's going to be a bigger motion than I want. But if I just go to the beginning, I'll go ahead and set a key. Oop, that was not quite what I want. Let me go ahead and undo that. OK, well, that's fun. You know what? I'm going to leave it. It's fine. Fix it later. I'm going to hold in this. I'm holding down on the arc ball. I'm going to hit spacebar. And I'm just going to wiggle my mouse in a circle. And then I release. Obviously, I probably could have done this a little bit better. I could reset this really easily by just making a new layer, deleting this. So if I just mute this, it'll go away. And I could try this again without the scaling issue, whatever was happening there. So I'll just do that really fast, because it is really easy. Go like this. There we go. Animation layer 6. That's what I want. Go ahead and key that first frame. Try this again. Go. Oh. Something in there. It must be one of the other things I'm doing with a layer. But if I just hit play, what we should be able to see, if I go into my camera, his arm is going to scale up. And I went way too subtle. That wasn't super helpful. Here, one more. I'll do the head. And I'll go really big on this one so we just don't have to worry about it. I'm going to hold down in here. I'm going to hit spacebar. And I'm just going to shake it. And as long as I had Where are you? Animation layers? Why is my animation layer not seem like it's there? That's interesting. Am I missing something? Am I filtering? No. Interesting. All right. Quick plan B. I'm like so over time. I'm so sorry. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to this animation layer 4. I'm gonna unmute it. I'm gonna get rid of whatever this is going on because I think I've done something weird to my file. I'll go to this one. I'll hit this. Click that. Add that curve. So now the head should be in that layer. I should be able to hit the button to key it. Additive key, maybe? Yes, no? Let's find out. Let's hope for the best and go. It's not doing it. Why is it not doing it? You should see keyframes popping up down here. I'm not sure why. What a bummer. Well, that normally works. Live demos. But it is that easy. I think something about my laptop is having a hard time. So it's me. Anyway, that's mouse mocap when it works. You just do that, you hit the button, and then it captures it, and then you can adjust from there. It's very nice, it's very handy when it works. It almost never doesn't work. And so that's what allows you to just kind of jump in and do that. This is the end of my talk. Thank you to everybody. I have one more slide after this, but thank you to all these people for teaching me things, for helping me out with the presentation. I'll be at Puget for some demos, and if anyone wants to take some classes, I'm doing a Summer of Unreal, 2 weeks of Unreal class, or 2 different 2 weeks of Unreal classes in July. And so if you want discount for Unreal Fest, that'll lead you to a page. There's a form, you can fill it out, and I'll send everybody discounts. So if you're curious, if you want to know, there's that. But thank you so much for coming. I'll hang out for questions, and I'll see you at the Puget booth.
Am I on air? Hello. My name is Ryan Mayetta, and welcome to State of Virtual Production. So we have a bunch of cool updates on the film and TV world to share with you. And we'll start with in-camera VFX. So the big ticket item for ICVFX here in the 5.6 release is that we're introducing support for NVIDIA's DLSS algorithm with NDisplay. So the way that's going to manifest itself is that in the NDisplay settings, there's now an upscaling method option. And so by default, this will use TSR, but you'll be able to switch between all the different modes explicitly, right? So instead of TSR, you can also now switch to DLSS if you have that plugin enabled. And then this will then be based on like the different quality settings that DLSS offers. So in practice, what this means is that option is always going to be available for operators. So you can always use TSR or default, what you've been using, what you're accustomed to, or NVIDIA DLSS if you prefer. The mileage is going to vary on a scene-by-scene basis. It's something that we'll be able to share some clips like coming up here, but like that's just something to be aware of, right? So sometimes DLSS may work better, sometimes TSR may work better. And really, like, the operator control is key, right? So when we looked at how to do this feature, we just wanted to make sure that operators have the flexibility to go back and forth, and this applies to both the outer viewports and the inner frustum. Another thing to be aware of is that this requires an update to the DLSS plugin, right? So typically, NVIDIA will do an update to that plugin for each Unreal release. So while like UE5.6 is out, the DLSS plugin is still on the way, right? So like the feature on the Unreal side is contingent, of course, on the DLSS update. So we've been working with NVIDIA on these changes, and so hopefully they'll be out pretty soon. I'm expecting there'll be a nice announcement from them pretty shortly. Another thing to be aware of is that we're mainly testing upscaling. So DLSS has other features like ray reconstruction and frame generation. And that's something that will come along later, right? So as NVIDIA gets their updates for 5.6, we're going to keep working with them to try these other DLSS features. And we'll probably follow up with like some sort of post online that just shares the findings, both like if it works or not, and then also like what's good or bad about them visually. Another thing to be aware of for operators is that people are generally pretty accustomed to manipulating screen percentage to tweak quality versus performance, and that's still going to be the case with DLSS, but they now use these names, right? So the named quality settings for DLSS, they equate to screen percentage equivalents in Unreal, right? So the ultra performance option is 33%. The performance option of DLSS is 50%. There's a balanced option at 58, a quality option at 66, and then the full 100% is called DLAA. So like for any of the operators that are accustomed to punching in these numbers, when you see those names in the DLSS menu, that's what they equate to. And so like you will still technically be able to change the screen percentage to something else, but it kind of just rounds up to basically like whatever you're closest to. And so that's why in the settings, like they'll just be toggles. Like you won't have to punch the numbers in anymore. When you're using DLSS, you're going to put yourself in the mental model of the settings that they offer. So here's a few shots that we filmed on our stage, right? So this is starting to test it out. So on this saloon piece, this is an example of a shot, a section of this saloon scene that we shot with TSR. And so the area to draw your attention to is this area right here, right above that little landing, walking into that building, right? So if we watch it again in loop, you'll see there's like a little bit of flickering. There are some artifacts that are probably not going to be super desirable for you in the context of shooting this shot. And then if you switch over to DLSS, you'll find that that area calms down a little bit. So this is an example of where as an operator, you might want to try both and see if you're getting better results for a particular scene. Another example is in the city, right? So this is an example shot of us kind of driving through the city. And the area to call attention to with TSR is you can kind of see those hot spots at the bottom of the window on the left side. We'll let it kind of run through, but you can see those there on the edge of the sidewalk and the windows. But switching over to DLSS, like those artifacts go away, right? So this is an example of where you may choose to use DLSS on this particular scene for this particular shot, and likewise, like your operator is going to be able to choose. It's just a single click to go from one to the other. On the flip side, this is another example where like you may get the opposite result. So like we'll kind of call your attention to this area that I've highlighted with a line. And for some reason on this particular scene with DLSS, you're going to get this like solid noisy line that just goes all the way horizontally across the screen. And this goes away with some of the other settings or switching over to TSR. But it's an example of where, like, with NVIDIA's DLSS system, like you kind of, it wants you to just be, it's very simple. You're just going to get what you get from it. But in the case where it's something that's undesirable, you'll be able to switch back and forth. Also on the display side, we've introduced the failover feature. Actually, this feature has been around for a while, but there are some improvements that we've been working on. And in particular, in 5.6, you'll be able to fail over the primary node. So like typically you lay out your stage, you have n number of render nodes running all of the viewports, but if there was potentially like a hardware failure or something were to go down, right, so you're able to have these backups that are also part of the cluster and basically ready to go in case anything happens. So if any of the nodes were to catch on fire, right, hopefully this will not happen to you in real life. But if you have these backups ready to go, you can slide them in and the cluster will stay up. Also in 5.6, we've added support for OpenTrack.io. So for anybody who's been following the OpenTrack.io standard, Epic as a whole, we remain really committed to supporting these open standards. And OpenTrack.io is a relatively new one that's focused on camera tracking, lens encoding, and metadata. And so in 5.6, we now support this standard. So any camera or any tool that supports OpenTrack.io, that'll kind of automatically come along for the ride as a live link input. So we started this process with Sony. So this is some clips of some action-packed clips of us testing testing this out with Sony. So they've added support for OpenTrack.io to the FR7 camera. And so this was the first camera that we tested and validated the OpenTrack.io integration on. So going forward, anything that's supporting OpenTrack.io, that can kind of come along for the ride for free as an Unreal Engine input. Kind of last but not least on the ICVFX side is continued updates to SIMP 2110, right? So we're seeing production starting to use SIMP 2110 like on real shows, which has been great. It's also found some problems or some improvements that we need to make just for stability as everybody updates to this kind of new platform. In 5.6, we have GPU direct support, and this is something that I actually, as a confessional, I had confused at first, right? So when you think of GPU direct, you're like, what is it? It's obviously better, right? Direct is much better than indirect. But the thing that I always thought about it was well, if it's GPU direct, that's going to improve latency, and that's not necessarily true or the actual benefit. So what ends up happening is that because the transfers are direct from GPU to GPU, it actually reduces the amount of work that the GPU has to do in terms of copying data back and forth from the system. And so that frees up the GPU to do more work. It gives you a little bit more budget in terms of the performance of your scene, and that's why it helps things. Another question we get a lot is about BlueField 3, right? So we have not been able to get BlueField 3 cards ourselves, so that's just an update that we're aiming to get out to people soon, right? So over the course of the summer, we should be upgrading our systems to BlueField 3. We can get that validated. And I know for some of the stages looking to update, the BlueField 2s are kind of going away, and there's some questions about just people want to hear that the BlueField 3s are confirmed. And so that's something that we're going to be working out over the summer, and we'll probably do a post or something that just kind of, just advertises our findings. I think we expect it's going to be good, but we just want to make sure we're dotting our I's and crossing the T's. Looking ahead to 5.7, so I have always viewed live compositing as kind of in-camera VFX, right? It's part of getting getting VFX style shots in camera and live. And so as part of this, we're revisiting the suite, our set of live compositing tools, and that includes our old friend the composure sample, right? So being able to do these types of shots in a more scalable and easy way in kind of a modern Unreal Engine. Right, so these shots are still informative. They're still the types of shots that I think people want to be able to do live. And we've been hard at work, basically trying to augment the foundation to be able to support this better, right? So you're taking a shot like this, where you have the background, you want to be able to render some sort of character or have some CG elements. You're going to want good shadows and reflections as part of it and be able to comp it back in. And so that's kind of going to be manifesting itself in 5.7. We've been spending a lot of time with the virtual production dev team and the rendering team to get performant shadows and reflections. As part of this, we're revisiting the way the tools workflow is. We need this to be an easy-to-use setup. This will also include a simplified media I/O setup, right? So fewer assets, being able to say like, I want to bring in my camera feeds here, I want to send them out here, having that all be a consolidated experience that's easy to set up and repeatable and reliable. So that's something to look forward to. Switching over to performance capture, this is a clip that I just felt like we needed to show of my colleagues testing out the system. But there's a bunch of stuff coming for performance capture in 5.6, right? So this was referred to in the, you saw this in the keynote, right, with Corey and Matt Workman. But the MetaHuman animator now has real-time capture, and that's all through LiveLink Hub. And so LiveLink Hub is like our contribution to it virtual production-wise was this LiveLink Hub aspect. This is now acting as the way to bring that MetaHuman animation data in live. On the tool side, we've invested really heavily in a mocap manager like suite of tools, right? And so this is something that's really meant like in the same way that we have the in-camera VFX editor, things that are really focused for the operator on an LED volume. Same thing goes for like the operator on a performance capture stage. So there's a whole bunch of tools consolidated in this little window that helps provide a nice experience and without having to click around or have a whole bunch of windows open for the person running the mocap stage. Like some specific callouts are for retargeting and props, right? So this is consolidating how you manage the way the retargeting is set up as well as your props. There's a way to visualize what the retargeting is. You can quickly toggle through and set up props, like all in this one mocap manager window. We've also introduced a take recorder subsystem. And so what this means is that you are able to have other tools run take recorder, right? So in this case, it's the mocap manager, but it could also be your own like blueprint, editor, utility widget, whatever. And so what's happening is here, you can see you have your own take recorder window. You don't necessarily have to have the big take recorder window up, and you also don't necessarily have to have sequencer up if you want to do recording. So like this gives you as an operator more flexibility both to have the windows set up the way you want, and especially if you're building tools, especially those that involve recording, gives you more flexibility and control over how you actually build it out. For a deeper dive, you can go to Richard's talk, which actually already happened, so you already missed it. So you're just going to have to catch it on YouTube. It was yesterday. But he goes into much more depth on this. So it's a full talk, and he goes through each part of the mocap manager. So for anybody that's interested in performance capture or motion capture, it's definitely worth checking out on the internet. So previously on State of Virtual Production, we were having some existential questions on what shots are, what is the meaning of a shot, at least as it relates to Unreal Engine. And so in 5.6, we have some findings. We have the beginning of some tools and some offerings related to this. And that's going to be called the Cinematic Assembly Tools, or CAT. And so what we found for shots is that shots are many things, and that requires a whole bunch of tools that add up to like a more cohesive shot experience. So that's starting to come out in 5.6. So what does that mean? There'll be a set of different things. So an example of this is naming tokens. So in naming tokens, this will allow you to define reusable naming tokens to set up strong naming conventions for your project. So there's ways to customize them, and then your tools in C++, Python, et cetera, will be able to leverage them. There's also a production wizard, and so this will allow you to define and reuse settings like across projects, right? So you have one project, everything's set up correctly. You start another project, you want it to be the same. That's not necessarily as easy as you might think, and so the production wizard is going to help facilitate that. We also have the ability to pre-populate folders. This may sound simple, but in general, artists will probably put something in the right place if the right place already exists. And so in conjunction with the naming tokens, you're able to pre-populate folders that maybe are for your shot data, for example, and that incentivizes people to put things in the right place. And then kind of last but not least are asset naming defaults. So using the tokens, you're able to define these conventions that say based on a particular type of asset, you could control the naming. So when you say new material, it's gonna start giving you a good name or at least a convention that you want, and then the artist can fill in the rest. These are seemingly small things that help keep the project tidy and organized. Hopefully it'll be more effective than just asking them to name it the right way. You can still do that, but this will help them do it in practice. Building on those kind of baseline items is the actual cinematic assembly schema. So we're starting to get into more of the higher level tools that the team has been working on. And the schemas allow you to define entities, for example, a shot, and then create templates for them. As part of this, you can specify the folder structure, and that includes subsequences. So like if you're creating shots, you always want them to have certain subsequences. That can all be defined as part of the schema. You can give it a custom icon, for the visual people out there. And then once you've defined the schema, you can create the assets, right? So this would be potentially like your shot asset. This can store pipeline metadata. It will always open shots in the right level. I don't know if you've ever tried to do this, where you open a sequence and you don't know which level it goes to. This is aimed at solving that problem. As part of this, kind of tying it together, we're again just reiterating this thing that folders and setups are always in the right place. It has metadata, as an example of metadata, you can add notes. And all of this data is accessible through Python and blueprints for tooling purposes. This is another plug, right? So this is one that you have not missed yet. So if you're still here tomorrow, you should definitely check out Thomas and Jeffrey's dedicated talk on this. So they're going to go deep into the world of shot pipelines and also give you some dating advice. So if you need either of those things or both, highly recommend checking their talk out tomorrow. Now we'll switch over to rendering, right? So a number of rendering improvements were mentioned in the keynote, but there are a couple I just wanted to highlight that weren't specifically mentioned that I think are applicable to the film world, right? So the first has to do with depth of field. And so on the rendering side, the depth of field has some new enhancements, and the specific one here is this kind of swirly bokeh. If you saw the movie Poor Things, there were a lot of cool shots that were shot this way, and this kind of Petzval effect is now part of the engine. And so over the course of looking ahead, like lens emulation and being able to do these cool real world camera effects in your Unreal Engine renders is a priority for us. So this is an example of that starting to come out, this swirly bokeh. Another thing to mention is ray trace translucency. So for those that do a lot of glass, I feel like this is kind of preaching to the choir, but the ray trace translucency feature was pretty significantly enhanced. I was actually a little bit surprised they didn't call out a little bit more in the keynote. But this is now a feature, so it's a setting that where you used to adjust the ray trace translucency and the post-process volume. There's a new example, or there's new settings, and you'll get significantly better results. Switching over to movie render queue, the mainline item here is called quick render. And so the idea behind quick render is that we wanted to kind of reduce the number of steps it took to initiate a render in Unreal. So the first thing you'll notice is that there's this new little icon. It's right next to the the create new sequence icon right there in the toolbar. So it's always accessible, and you'll basically always be able to render. So when you open this up, you can choose between two options. There's quick render, which is now the default, or movie render queue. So if you switch to movie render queue, it's just going to open the full queue window. And when you're in quick render, there are four options for what you render. There's rendering the current sequence, which should hopefully be straightforward. Rendering by using the viewport camera in the sequence, which I'll show in a minute, and then a couple of stills options for viewport and camera. So the idea here is that this is for all different types of artists. We have good options for everyone. Right, so the first one is current sequence. So if you hit that and you're on current sequence, it's just going to render it. It's not going to ask you any other questions. It's just going to render the current sequence. And the idea behind this was tying to the animation initiative. We wanted to have something that was kind of like a Playblast tool, but I always feel like when people think of Playblast, it's kind of like a low quality, not a good render. And from the Unreal perspective, we were always aiming to provide a really fast, good render. And so that's what this provides, right? So another aspect of it that is introduced with quick render is there's also this concept of play after render, right? So if you've ever done a render, you don't know where it is. This is now a revolutionary concept of just opening the render that you just did so you can watch it. Quick render does have some settings that you can control, right? So if you scroll down to the bottom, this will pop up in a window that shows the quick render settings. And so this is for quick render using a graph-based configuration. So we provide a default graph. And then what that means is that if you're customizing using the graph, you're also able to use the graph's overrides, variable system to push up overrides, right? So if you're doing a bunch of renders, you want to offer a bunch of overrides, you can set up your graph to surface those as variables, and they'll always be available so that you can toggle them as you see fit. Quick Render has some other options just to quickly run through, right? So there's the after render option, like we just showed it playing, but you can also opt out of it if you don't want it to play. And you can also open the output directory just in case you want to copy it out somewhere. Quick Render also has this apply viewport look option. And so there's a series of things here that are meant to be like a kind of what you see is what you get in the editor setup, right? So oftentimes people will get confused, or there might be some issue with visibility or something where like what you're seeing in the editor, when you actually go to movie render queue, you're not actually getting that in the render. And so these are toggles that allow you to opt into various parts, right? So OCIO, if you set up OCIO in the viewport, that is going to be carried over to the output file. Same thing goes for show flags in view mode. Whatever you have set in the viewport, if that's what you want to keep, then this toggle is going to carry it over. Visibility will be handling both actor visibility, like hidden in game versus editor visibility, and also controls level visibility. So sometimes you may hide sublevels accidentally or on purpose in game. Like if you have it visible in editor, that's going to carry over to the render. And then kind of last but not least is this show editor only actors. And so that's a case where like a little bit more animator centric, where they might want to show the control rig gizmos or something like that when they do their render. You have the option to have those appear in the render because you may want that as part of the review. Frame range is also an option to override, so you can use the playback range, the selection range, or you can do a custom. So you can just punch in different frame numbers if you want them to, if you're only wanting to do a subset, just giving you a bunch of different options for what you render. So you are able to also always show that window. Like originally we thought we wanted to have the minimal amount of steps, but if you so choose to, or if you're doing a lot of overrides, it might make sense for you to just pop that window open to make some changes before you actually do the render. So this will just kind of quickly go through an example of using these things in action, right? So I'll set the selection range to a subset. I'll toggle the view mode and then just change it to something else to see it go through, and switch back to the selection range. And now we're going to be rendering this in unlit, just this little subset based on the selection range, and it'll play back. We'll quickly go through the play after render settings because movie render queue can render all different kinds of formats at the same time. We allow you to prioritize them, right? So it kind of prioritizes them based on these are all drag and drop movable. But you can basically say, well, if I render both EXR and JPEG, I'd rather see the EXR, or vice versa. You can just reorder theirs. You can reorder those as you see fit. You can also choose to play all of them. So by default, we'll try to play one, but you can also play all of them if you have multiple. And then for each type of output format, you can decide if you want to use the operating system or a custom viewer. So as I've been demoing it, I've been showing it with RV. So this is customized to basically make a big RV command line and play it. You can also switch it back to the operating system, but there are some limitations, right? So the operating system doesn't know how to play image sequences, so it's only going to open the first frame. And then you're also able to use different options for ProRes versus H.264 versus Avid. Based on those codecs, you may want different viewers to play them, so you can control them separately. Switching over to the next option is this viewport camera in sequence. And this is the one that is, I think, most targeted for animators. What we see a lot is animators like to work in maybe an empty scene. They're really just focused only on their animation, and they work in spawnables, right? So in this case, an animator, we're popping on this animation. It's the only thing in the scene, right? The animator is going to be very focused on this. And they want to be able to look at it from whatever angle. That may or may not be the shot angle. But then they also don't want to add another camera in here because when this gets loaded into the full shot, that camera might conflict. So the idea is basically this will just use whatever angle of FOV that you're seeing in the viewport as the camera that's in the render, right? So in this case, that's exactly what we were looking at. So that's the angle that we're seeing this particular character. But if you move it around, you can look at it at a different angle. Maybe you want to see this side, which is much better. You'll get the same result, right? So the animator can just move this to be whatever angle they want to see the animation at, just press the button to render it, and that's just going to basically be the equivalent of adding the camera to the sequence on the fly while it renders it, and then getting rid of it at the end. On the still side, we have a couple of options for them as well, right? So current viewport is kind of like an MRQized, it's kind of like an MRQized high-res screenshot, right? So by choosing this option, you can position the viewport however you see fit. And then when you render it, it's going to do a full render of just that frame. So kind of the equivalent of like taking whatever position you are in the viewport, creating a camera, creating a sequence, saving it, et cetera, and then rendering it. It's going to save you all those steps, especially if you didn't actually need all of those assets that you might have accumulated along the way. The end result is just a nice MRQ screenshot of whatever it is that you're looking at. The second option here is selected cameras, right? So the idea here is maybe you have a workflow where you place a bunch of cameras. Like I've seen this in a lot of architectural workflows, but you place a whole bunch of cameras that you like of whatever it is that you're looking at. And you can just go select those in the outliner. And then when you quick render with selected viewports, it's going to do the same thing as if it took those cameras, made a sequence, does all that kind of asset management for you without you having to keep those around, and then just puts the render out. So the hope with Quick Render is that it offers like a bunch of different options for people to leverage Unreal's fast rendering much more easily and immediately. Aside from Quick Render, there's some other things we've added which are primarily graph focused. So the first one is time dilation. So you may know me as a product manager, but I'm also an artist. This is some of my finest animation I've done for this time dilation shot. But time dilation wasn't supported in the graph, and that's something that's been added in 5.6. We've also made a bunch of under-the-hood improvements that deal with how it manages frame ranges, or frame numbers, so to speak. And so that's just something to be aware of, that there were cases where time dilation resulted in gaps in frame numbers, and that should not happen anymore. Adapt resolution is a feature that was actually kind of inspired by the selected cameras option when we added it to Quick Render. It's something that's always kind of bothered me, or like I think is a little bit of an issue with the way we manage different film backs and different aspect ratios, right? So if you use like an HD resolution, as we do in this example, right, output resolution 1920 1080, but in this case, like our aspect ratio is like a little bit cropped. We'll add a letterbox or a pillar box, and so you'll always get the black bars somewhere. And this is fine, this is good. A lot of people like this, but a lot of people don't like this. And then what you end up with is this case where, like, if I don't want the letterbox, then I have to do this math. I have to figure out, like, what is it, 1920 by what is actually the number. And so adapt resolution allows you to, like, do that without having to think about it, right? So, like, I don't have to get the calculator out to figure out that it was supposed to be 817 in this case, right? So automatic will just get rid of the letterbox and pillar box. And then you also have a couple of additional options like scale to width, right? So in this case, we're scaling to width, which was 1920. That's going to be the same as automatic in this case. But if you wanted to scale to height, then that's going to keep the height at 1080, but expand the width to 2538 to give you like the desired output resolution. Right, so if you try this with a portrait example, it's the same deal, right? We're getting black bars on the left and right, but automatic will get rid of those, right? So it'll crop those off. Scaling to width gives us 1920 width, and then it figures out the height, and then likewise, scale to height gives us the 1080 height that we originally asked for, and then figures out the width. And then for square, it's kind of the same deal, right? So when it's disabled, we still get the black bars. Automatic gets rid of the black bars. Scale to height brings us up to 1920 for both width and height, and then scale to height puts us back on the 1080 and 1080, right? So the idea here is that we just want to give you the resolution that you want. Give you the resolution that you want without you having to think about it. Okay, so next up in the 5.6 release for Movie Render, we have lawyers, everyone's favorite feature. And so the way where lawyers often come into play is related to codecs, right? So this is a message that I had with the lawyers about how we were trying to figure out how we can offer some more codecs, and specifically that meant MP4 in this case. And so we're really happy to announce that in the 5.6 release, you will be able to make H.264 MP4s natively and directly. So you'll still be able to use the command line encoder if you want, but you don't have to. Like you can just make MP4s directly. It's one of the options, just like JPEG and PNG. The other thing to mention about them is that they will include audio if you have audio in your scene. So audio is embedded in MP4s as well as ProRes going forward. A couple other things to note on the output options front. 5.6 also supports multi-part EXRs, right? So this is going to make EXR layers from UE renders load a little bit more efficiently in your compositing packages if they support it. And then we also now support ProRes on Mac. Like I used to get a lot of questions about how come you don't support ProRes on Mac? Like that's kind of weird. And I agree that it was pretty weird. So we fixed that, right? So you're going to see this across the across the next few releases, but we're going to try to be bringing up Mac and Linux as much as we can to get parity across them, and this is one of them. We want to make sure that there's at least some movie options on each platform. And then, especially as our rendering team makes a lot of improvements on those other platforms, we're seeing a lot more people on them, which is great. So we want to make sure that they are able to, output media the same way. Next up for Movie Render Queue is high-resolution tiling. So we've spent a lot of time on high-resolution tiling for 5.6, and I think the best way of saying this is like, when you do a render like this, if you're rendering a 4K render, it'll work, right? Like I'm just rendering one frame of it. It's a reasonable resolution, and it's very likely to fit on my GPU. I'm good to go, right? If I want to go higher than 4K, then I have to start maybe thinking about tiling, right? So historically, if I try to do 12K, your mileage will vary, right? Like people can run into a lot of issues with memory, especially depending on which GPU they have. And this has been, an area of friction historically. Beyond that, people may want to go higher, right? So like with 16K, you might be in for some sadness. I've been there. That's actually a picture of me. And so this is something we really wanted to address, right? So as part of moving high-resolution tiling and panoramic rendering over to Movie Render Graph, we've also worked really closely with the rendering team to make some improvements to this so that just the ability to do these super high-res renders is a better experience, right? So some quick boilerplate items, right? So the path tracer supports high-res tiling, but for the panoramic renderer, it's deferred only still. But the main thing in addition to the graph transition is that we've made a lot of improvements to memory, right? So there were some optimizations, some optimizations were identified, some bugs were fixed, and in general, the situation should be a lot more stable. We've also introduced a feature called page to system memory, and what that means is that the renderer can use your system memory in addition to your GPU memory as part of the render, right? So if you have if you potentially have a GPU with less memory, you can use this feature to enhance it. Like so, if you have maybe you have a slower GPU or a smaller memory on your GPU, but a lot of system memory, which is potentially a lot of people, you may be able to get a little bit more high-res mileage that way. Something to be aware of is that using the system memory does have a performance cost, so it won't be as fast as if you just do it GPU only. My advice is to try it with your GPU first, and if you find that you are running out of memory, then switch over, page to system memory. It's going to take a little bit longer, but your render was likely to complete. So in our testing, we're getting good results at things like 24K. And then depending on the scene, depending on the situation, you might be able to do things that are approaching 50K. So this is something that we've been testing. I'm really interested to see how this goes with people, because as people test it across a diverse set of scenes. We have kind of our classics, like Hillside, the Meerkat, and so we're running it through all those and seeing what we get. But and there's nothing like what we learn from people trying to do it for real, right? So. As much as we used to look forward to the UDNs for high-res tiling, you can still send them in, and you can send them in. They'll be like, "Hey, it worked," and I'm legit interested to see how high people can go on this. Anyways, starting at to the home stretch here, we have a number of other graph enhancements to mention in 5.6, right? So frame range variables, that was something that you kind of saw in quick render. But this was something that we added so that basically when you expose the frame range as a variable, it knows how to fall back to what's in the level sequence, right? So you don't have to overwrite it if you don't want to, if that makes sense, right? So sometimes initially what would happen is it would just set your frame range to like 0, 0, which is not what you want, right? So you want to say, use what's in the sequence unless I overwrite it, and that's what's available now in 5.6. We made some improvements to warm up. And so, warm up is kind of a necessary thing to make sure everything loads in your sequence before we go to render. But what we discovered is that we don't necessarily need to run all of the samples for every warm up frame. So now, like if you have, let's say you have 64 warm up frames, it's going to run that warm up without all the samples, and then for the last 4, I think. It dials up the samples for the last 4, and that's all that's necessary to set it up for the actual shot. So in practice, if you are using a lot of warm-up, which is going to be most people, I think, that should save you a lot of time, right? So if you had done like 100, if you had a 100-frame shot and a 64-frame warm-up, then you'd be rendering 164 frames time-wise. This is going to bring that down pretty significantly, and the hope will be that it just speeds up people's iteration time. Component-based conditions, we're starting to get into, people are starting to embrace some of these render layer features, and they're asking for more sophisticated options for conditions. This will give you the ability to, based on an actor that maybe have multiple components, there's a lot of blueprints that are like this, for example, you may just want to isolate one of the components only for an actor, but show some of the other components, and have those be toggled visibility-wise in a render layer. That's now doable in 5.6. We have the ability to crop camera overscan, right? So a lot of people that are doing maybe camera shake or lens, they have calibrated lenses. We have the ability to crop overscan automatically, but it's very similar to other renderers. We have a reroute node, which I never knew I missed until I started making these graphs and helping people make them. But there's a reroute node that now works exactly like it does in blueprints, so that you can kind of arrange your graphs more neatly so that they're more readable. Looking at the graph, this has been a really long-term feature for us, investment-wise, right? So in 5.4, we released it initially as experimental. In 5.5, we bumped it up to beta. And so our goal in 5.7 is to have it be production ready. So we had this. We spent a little bit of time on this quick render stuff for workflow, but in terms of having the graph ready to go, we're really targeting 5.7 for full parity. And so what that means is that end display support will be added. I think that's the main feature of the existing movie render queue preset-wise that isn't supported. I believe we were going to have to also hit motion design as part of this as well, because there's a system to render their different pages. We also want to make some improvements to rendering single layers as well, right? So there are a lot of cases where the graph is maybe a little bit too much, right? So taking some of the ideas from quick render to have it be an experience where you can just set the settings right in the queue window. You don't have to open another preset window to modify the settings. This is something that we're targeting for the next wave as well. And then on the flip side, there's people that are more advanced, right? So oftentimes people that do a lot of rendering overrides across a bunch of different shots, they want to be able to see those, right? So this is an example of something where we might offer a spreadsheet style view that lets you see oh, I have samples for this shot, I have this, I have samples set to this, for that shot, I have samples set to that, and you want to see those all at a glance, maybe with some conditional formatting to see which ones you have overrides on. This is some of the stuff we're thinking about for the queue window. Another thing to mention is rendering while editing your graph configuration. This is something that actually bothers me a lot, right? So there's something where you're in the graph, you have to go back to the other window to initiate the render. So if you're kind of jamming on your graph and you want to make a bunch of changes, but just render it right there without necessarily having to go back, it's something that we'd like to offer in the next wave as well for the UX. And then kind of last but not least, with the introduction of these custom naming tokens, a very common thing that you want to control the naming of are your renders, right? So support for custom naming tokens is coming, like based on like what you saw in the cat tools. Essentially anything that you define in that system outside of MoodRenderCube will be accessible for whatever you want to name your renders. There's a few other things that are related to this that I've been wanting to clean up, like there's some naming for different post-process material passes. There's a bunch of stuff that you can't quite name, control the name of fully. That's something that we'll be addressing in the next release. So that's all I've got. I just wanted to end on naming conventions and Taylor Swift. And I think we have some time for questions.
Okay, sounds good. see anything. Ready? Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Michael Neely. I am a technical account manager for media and entertainment at Epic Games. So there's obviously some interest in stylization. 3 years ago, when I first did this talk with Mr. Martin Walker here, we had, I don't know, maybe 20 people. So this is kind of good. This is really good. You know, the title of the talk being 25 Ways to Stylize Your Project in Unreal Engine, it really goes from a lot of research and things that are, I would say, that I'm passionate about. And so whether you're wanting to do this kind of stylization or not, I think it's important to get the groundwork done for whatever your passion is, whatever look or feel you want in your project, that you do the proper research and really try and make it your own. You know, I think too many people don't actually do the groundwork properly, and so that's kind of what this talk is about. So I want to talk about design briefly. We're going to go over animation, post-processes, and then static mesh materials, which represents the bulk of the work that I do and enjoy. I actually like it, the best part of it. Design is pretty much key. It's everything. Research, aesthetic, cohesion, all that stuff is important. If you don't have that, then you might be spinning your wheels or whatever. And it's easy to get a bunch of kit bash things together and you bring them all into the engine and you're like, okay, everything doesn't look like I made it, or it doesn't look like somebody, you know, the same person made it or whatever. And that's okay. But all of that can be changed and tweaked, and you know, you just have to find what those things are. Research is how you do that. What kind of aesthetic do you want? Look at what other people have done. What has been done before? Without it, you might be wasting a lot of time. Aesthetic. Once you have your aesthetic, you know, and you know what you want to do, and it's like, I'm going this direction and nothing can stop me, then, you know, make it in everything that you have. Your color palettes, your character, your props, your modeling, everything that you're putting in your project, try and make it like it looks or comes from the same world. Characters need to look like they come from the world that they're in. And cohesion, lighting, and one thing that's left behind so much, audio. People don't think about audio till the end of something. Audio is really important and can help facilitate and be that glue, just like your lighting or your color palette can help be that glue to sort of bring it all together. So animation is another way to stylize your project, and we all know that stylized animation has a lot of interesting things. You've got squash and stretch, you've got, you know, there's a lot of ways that people like to animate, and the more funky the character, the more interesting that can be. So I want to talk about ways to get more traditional looks, like stepped looks. And so Control Rig and Sequencer has some really good functionality now, especially even before 5.6, but even now we've gotten so much good stuff into the engine. Time Warp Curve is my favorite new tool, aside from some other tools that came out this week. But anyway, the Time Warp Curve gives you the ability to, when you put it in the sequencer, it gives you this timeline. And the timeline represents one-to-one from the beginning of your track or your shot to the end. So you can select that and bake it. And so once you bake it, you can say, I'm going to bake it on 4s, or I'm going to bake it on 3s. And then it creates this huge stepped, well, you have to set the stepping to constant instead of linear like the slide shows. But that means it's going to hold whatever animation's happening on that frame for those next 3 frames. And then it's going to skip 3 frames ahead and hold that. And it's a non-destructive way to get stylized stepped animation. And you can put different steps on all sorts of things. And when I say non-destructive, what I mean is it's better than just baking out your character animation and then having to go back and maybe do something to get it back if you wanted to change it. This way you can change it to multiple steps, decide what's best for your project, and move on. There we go. She's animated on 3s. So it just gives you an idea of that sort of steppy look that you can get. Deformers. Deformers are relatively new in the engine, and I love deformers because they give you real funky results. And you can do a lot of things just as if you would in a regular 2D animation. You can do some squash, some stretch. It's kind of fun. In physics, local chain dynamics is really one of my favorite things about control rig, because you can say, I have 12 bones, here's the first bone, here's the last bone, and it will take care of the rest. And when I say the rest, and you get all that for free. So then you could bake out that animation, put a time warp curve in, and then you get it on stepped 3s. So it's quite an interesting feature. So as we get into materials and the looks, and that's really sort of the pressing point of this talk, what we're looking at are several different things. And I've gone through these processes. Most of this that I'm listing here under the post-process volume, these materials are available in a shader pack on the marketplace. And I plan to update it. I just haven't since I first made it. And if you've gotten those, it gives you a good understanding about where my journey into this exploration has gone. So one of the first things that I did is I took some HLSL and I said, okay, I want to determine the value of every pixel. And I want to say, all right, if it's above or in this range, make it black. If it's in this range, I did 6 colors. It's like, okay, now we have 6 color posterization. It looks good, it looks okay. It's very poster graphic in nature. Renders pretty good at a ultra high res, but it still wasn't 100% for me. So I started playing around with, instead of color, let's do some textures. So I did some halftones. And then I did some line screens. The line screens were cool. Something happened there I didn't expect, in that they started to, because of how I created them, they dovetail into each other just like a good graphic, element. Old line screens, you used to have to put them in by hand, but anyway. Then I said, okay, what about sketches? And so I took a sketchbook and I sketched out 6 gradients at different levels, and then I shot them with my phone, got them in here, and put them into the same, it's the same base shader that's doing all of this. I did it with stippling. I thought that was fun. I did a lot of this back in the day, and I was like, how would this look? And I can vary the dot size and whatnot. But one problem with post-process volumes is you swim through the texture. It stays screen space, and no matter what's happening, it stays there and you can see it, and it really breaks it for me. So it breaks the experience of what you're trying to do, and it doesn't look like it's integrated with the scene. So I think, yeah. So what I did is I started rotating the images. I used a rotator and a bit of a modulo, and I can say, rotate this fast and this many degrees all the time. And so it sort of in some ways mitigated that issue. And it was okay, but still, I wanted to get these textures onto something. Post-process does pretty well. The only thing that's on here, technically, that I'm doing as post-process is just the halftone. And the halftone's picking up the screen color and sort of fading out and whatnot. It just gives it a look. There's nothing super special about it. The Quinn and the board, we'll talk about that in a bit. And then pixelization, if you needed a screen or some kind of a I don't know, digital robot vision, I don't know, whatever you want, is you can go in and there's a few nodes, you just hook them up and scale them. You can come by the booth and talk to me about any of this. I'm happy to show you what all these textures that I've made do and how they work, all these materials. But the pixel resolution can be altered, and you can also say, I want this many colors, I want this many pixels wide and tall, and then the grid is added because it's actually a node. So static mesh materials, this is my passion because it really does take me to the level that I wanted to get in stylization, and for that there was a progression. And so the obvious first thing to do is get an ink line. Post-process does a really good job of Sobel operations and fine lines around things, but if you try to scale them or make them super thick, it starts to not look as good. And so by committing that to the mesh itself, I can do a lot of things. So this is basically how that particular material is created. It's a very simple setup, but you're going to see this same setup in all of the materials that I've done. I use this technique everywhere. Static mesh materials are great, ink lines are great, but I wanted that hand-drawn look. And so I took those same scratches that I made for the post-process and I piped them into here. And what this does, it gives me the ability, I can rotate them and whatnot, I can make them more intense or less intense, and I'm using a bit of a Fresnel function to sort of make them go away from the middle out to the edges, so you just get scratchy on the edges and that kind of thing. It's actually quite satisfying. Still, building on some of the same concepts that I had before, and the graph, this Fresnel effect, I don't know if I have in fact, I don't have a sharper one. It's down here in this lower right-hand corner. Camera vector and the dot product with the pixel normal world space, that takes it and says, okay, from the edge, I'm just gonna look at this mesh from the edge, and that's how the black lines stay on the edge. That's how my scratches, I can dissolve them from the middle because the Fresnel effect does that. So it's quite satisfying. I keep using that. My 9-year-old says that all the time. So the next step was, okay, I wanted to get the textures, and I put the pointillism. Okay, just like the scratches, I finally got it on the mesh. It's working great. In fact, it actually, you can substitute any image. It doesn't just have to be scratches or dots or whatever. You can just go in and do it yourself, whatever you want, your own paintings or whatever. So the other thing that people, ask me, what about banding? Can you do banding? I want some flat color. I want it to not look so shaded. And so to do that, I added some banding, and you use a color atlas, a color curve atlas. And going through this process was quite educational, I'll say that, because adding 3 colors to a color atlas, a curve, and then saying, okay, now what do I do with that? Well, technically, you have to do a little bit of math, multiply it out, and then type it into some other sections. I'm going to show you all of this, and like I said, I can show you at the booth as well. But for the most part, leveraging the sky atmosphere light direction gives me the ability to change the lighting. I don't have to really do anything. Before, I wrote a blueprint to do this, and I felt like that was way too much work. It really should be more natural. And then there's actually a node that handles it, and it's the sky atmosphere light direction node. That's gold. And it really gives you a lot of abilities, especially when you're trying to band and you're trying to get shadows or things to go in a particular direction. The other thing it does, it allows for it once if I go back, these 2 textures, one is line screens and one is halftones. So that's the second half that we're looking at right here. And you can see the transition between the bands has either dots or lines, and I've got a linear interpolation node in between the 2, so I can make it one or the other or a blend of the 2, which is really nice. Rim lighting is a little different, so I'm leveraging both the Fresnel effect and the directional light, and what I do is I actually subtract the Fresnel from the middle of the rim lights. Otherwise, it would just be yellow/purple on the whole thing. So by taking it out and doing a little bit of subtraction, I can take it out of there and then add it back into the final result. This is kind of how that transpires. It's not scary. I promise it's not scary. And you can see there's a few things in here that I did in the very first material graph that I showed you. And so it's just, you gotta, I prefer clean blueprints. I don't know about anybody else in the room, but if I can't understand it by looking at it, it terrifies me. So another way you can stylize, and this is very interesting. I want to dive deeper with the Odyssey tool set, because painted normals are really cool for getting that oil painted surface and just something that's a little more unnatural or unreal. It's a very, very cool look. Now the flipbook textures, the scratches that I had moving in the post-process and the stippling by using that rotate, I'm like, how do I do that on my static mesh? So I decided to use a flipbook, and I created all 12 panels or 16 panels of all these different scratches. I just drew them out, and the result was actually not too bad. So it looks pretty good, and then you can dial in. You can make these scratches whatever color you want. You can make them more translucent. And that's the graph for that bit of business. So going into the flipbook, taking the textures into the flipbook, and you can dictate the speed, because I'm multiplying by time to get the animation. And then again, this power node, subtract, multiply, it's a habit now. I do it everywhere. So there was another thing that I've discovered in the last year, and that is static mesh objects have an overlay material slot. I did not know what this was about. I'd never, thrown a material in there to see. It's actually super powerful, and it's very, very interesting. And so what it allows for and what it does is your mesh renders the first time with the original material set. The overlay material comes back, re-renders the mesh with whatever that material does, and then it composites the two back together. With translucency, you can get some pretty interesting looks. Let me see if this will, there we go. So the normals for that material, or the UVs, are different than the original material that is giving her her color. The hologram is doing something completely different. Don't panic. So the noise here is strictly just giving me that screen noise that the holograph has, or the hologram has. And as you can tell at the top of the material, there's the traditional bit I have going for the Fresnel effect. The one thing that's really quite different on this one is that bounding box 0 to 1 UV. That's what gets the lines traveling up her body and not sticking to the UVs that the mesh has. So it just kind of turned out to be a nice little technique. So I went crazy with the overlay material a little bit, and it led me down some really interesting ways. So this is my term, glitchy material, and it leverages refraction and flipbooks to get this weird ripping apart of the edges of this model. And I love the result of how this has turned out, because all of this animates. And for me, that I'm just like, okay, what do we do next, you know? And so just working at it slowly. Again, don't panic. But there's the 2 flip books, and they're fed in, and then there's timing. And that's part of the trick as well. I have a different speed parameter for each of the flip books, so they don't always land at the same time on the same place. And that way, you always have variety. You always have something that's unpredictable. If I wanted them to land in the right place, I might use a material parameter collection or something and pipe that in, and then put that into the timeline of the sequencer so that it would change exactly how I want it to. If you want to scan some codes, I brought some codes.
You just turned 44.
They're like, oh, okay. I thought it was 45. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm about to turn 44.
I'm not 44.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out our ages.
It's a lie.
I'm a little bit older than you. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Oh shit! Everyone got quiet.
I like the uncomfortable moment here.
They're trying to cue you.
That's really uncomfortable.
Thank you guys so much. Super excited to be able to bring this panel to you. It's not often that we really get to talk about a lot of the various different areas, especially in some of the really advanced things that are happening that I think are kind of defining what entertainment is all about, right? The things that don't fit into any category. And I think we're going to be able to hopefully talk a little bit about that today. So on the panel, we have Aaron McLaren, who's the director of Unreal Audio.
Thank you.
I'm going to skip over, and I'm going to say Max Hayes, senior audio programmer. Woo! And Joel Zimmerman, Deadmau5. And I did that because I want to start. I want to start with you, Joel. I want to ask you. So you've always kind of been way ahead when it comes to performance and doing things that are new and just giving experience. What was it that drew you to the Unreal Engine?
Right. So as a performer, it's kind of like in your early career, it's mission critical to deliver a performance, and it's audio-visual, especially with electronic music, more so than the traditional musicianship of a rock band and stuff like that, where it's like you could watch a great player play a guitar and just be absolutely blown away by that, seeing them on the iMags and just watching them do their natural talent thing. Not to say there's no natural talent in electronic music these days, but it has been kind of watered down, so to speak, to music playing, CDJing, and doing all these things. So we kind of have to do this like compensation part where we've got these big LED walls and displays and visuals that correlate to what they're doing on stage as electronic musicians who are either using live gear or not, because like if you go look at bands like Orbital and stuff that play, they're sync heavy, they've got all the equipment, drum machines, keyboards and stuff like that, but there's still this kind of like uncanny valley of even from the average kind of spectator watching that going, what are they even doing? You know, but a seasoned producer musician would be like, oh, he's using this synth and he's got this thing and it's time coded to this drum machine and they're doing this, and that's cool for the the nerds of the kind of production world, but for the average viewer, they're still just kind of like, Ugh. So there's a big visual part of the show that has to correlate to that, and my interest peaked is a bit kind of like Half-Life era when games were producing images, and game images were showing images at 60 hertz, and it looked great. And I was like, wow, you could almost just show this on a screen with all this like volumetric stuff and all this motion blur and cinematic quality stuff. Why aren't we doing that with live music so much? And there's two reasons. One is costs. It's oddly somehow, and we're at a different threshold, we'll save this for later, but where you pay someone to render out or produce these kind of visuals and they're just kind of in playback mode. And a lot of times, management and production companies that are producing an artist events are just like, good enough. And that's fine. Let's maximize the ticket sale because we don't want to pay AAA artists to come in and produce an hour-long sequence of beautiful events. So it was always been a cost thing. So I took that upon myself to find more real-time systems that created generative art or close to game quality AAA looking stuff with the mixture of these kind of pre-rendered visuals and some live components, because you can make a GLSL shader look great if you GLSL good enough. And those run real time in Touch Designer and delivery systems like that. So again, it's just kind of like looking at Call of Duty or this and that and then saying now, in 2020 plus, it's like, oh, dude, we are so there. It's
right.
Just like,
Yeah. And I'm going to ask you now.
Uh-oh.
What happened when you heard that he got into the engine? What was it like internally within the audio group?
So the question is, how accurate and honest should I answer it? So I'll say this: we have a little. First, he Googled you. Yeah. So first, I was like, "Who's this guy?"
Right.
No. Sorry. I've been teasing him this whole time we've been hanging out. So we have a social influencer policy at Epic. We're not really supposed to talk with famous people. That's why I'm a little bit nervous. Yeah, it's something. Okay. So one day, a bunch of people start messaging me like, "Oh, dude, Deadmau5 is on Twitch. He's using Unreal Engine, and he's really confused about your audio tech." Like, he had a stream of like 500 people watching him, trying to figure out how our audio stuff was working, and I tuned in, and I was like, "Oh God, it's so painful." I was like, and it's like, but I don't want to like.
Tell him if this was 7 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Not 2
We've been
weeks
friends
ago.
for a while. But anyways, this is like this sort of like awkward, like watching somebody trying to stumble through your stuff, and we got to work. Our stuff is not perfect. Unreal Engine is a great tool set, but it's complicated. So I empathized with the effort to try to figure things out, and I don't remember how it happened. I think I started just chatting with you on Twitch. I just jumped onto the Twitch stream and I started answering questions.
You're doing it wrong.
And I would be like, "Hey, what's up? Try this thing." And then he was like, "Who the hell is that guy? He knows everything." And I was like, "Oh, I'm the engine director, audio engine director." And you're like, "What the fuck?" Oh,
Hey,
sorry.
Well, that's what he said.
First.
He was like that person that was just on the thread who's speaking really straight.
Sorry, I'm trying real hard here. Anyways, so we start talking on Discord, and then you're like, "Just jump on the Twitch stream." So then I think actually you and I were chatting, and then you like piped me into the live stream, and then someone said, "You're on the live stream, Aaron." And I was like, "Oh no." So anyways, that was the first time we met, and then I had to go do something with my family, and that's when I pinged, because he had issues with Quartz, which is an API we have in UE Audio to let you do like sample accurate scheduling of audio, and you were having trouble getting it to work, and I was kind of troubleshooting with you live on Twitch with 500 people watching, and I DM'd Max, and I was like, "Max, you got to go and help Deadmau5 figure out Quartz, fix your stuff." And then you jumped on, and then I went and was a dad for a while, and I came back, and you were still on the live stream, I think. And you had gotten him up and running, and I said, "What was the issue?"
He hadn't showered ever.
Yeah, exactly. And I asked Max, I was like, "Well, what was the issue?" And he said he didn't use play quantize, which is like the key function that actually is the thing you need to use for Quartz. Anyways, it was a funny story. Since then, we've been chatting on Discord for a while. Sorry, Epic.
So I think the beauty is that that's how a lot of things happen, and it's very organic in the way that it's happening. I think also because people are trying things that have never been done, because all of a sudden we're at a time when technology is there that can enable. So before I go to you, Max, I am going to go, but we have this opportunity with Joel. Speaking to that, like what were some of the hurdles for you to get to a place where you really felt like you could deploy this in a show?
Yeah, I took it upon as like an exercise in futility at first. Just sandbox and look at and see what I could do. I had heard whisperings and suggestions of that. Oh, you can use Unreal to make music, and I'm like, I've got things that do that already. I've been, but just to learn how those work, so how to make a stable clock and things like that. So just kind of like learn as much general overview of the systems at play, and then from that, when I say, hey, I have the tools and I know how to do this, so how do I then bring that to live, which is kind of where I'm at now. But we're talking over 7 years of subsystems and learning things and waiting for technology to catch up. So that's been really exciting. But it's always been like a sandbox approach, just play, break things and make weird things. And then you realize later in your workflow that it's like, hey, I actually need to do this for the show. This has to read timecode. Oh, well, I know how to make a timecode provider now because I was screwing around with it. And I get it. So it was all very experimental.
Yeah.
Can I say something about it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Yes, you can. Sorry. Can you say
I just want to say though,
that
like
up.
watching Joel work and learn Unreal Engine and just all the stuff that you've been doing the last couple of years, the random DM pings with like, hey, this is something you need to do and this kind of stuff. I think we all really appreciate the playful, like bravery that you have in your approach to all of the technology in Unreal, and I think probably all of it. We at Epic, we really appreciate that spirit. You have an exploratory, fearless energy of like and confidence that's really impressive. So I just I haven't said any compliments to you yet, so that's my first one.
Thank you, Aaron.
We really like working with you.
I was looking for a little bit more of
I know,
friction
we're
here,
trying to
but
get some,
anyway.
we'll get there.
You need,
Well, I'm gonna go.
YouTube clips, Aaron. These are not YouTube clips.
I'm going to go down to the end and figure I'll get a little bit of friction down here.
All
So,
right.
Aaron, Max, Max, one of the challenges, again, whenever the beauty is bringing together creative with technology, right? And technology in and of itself is a bunch of zeros and ones and things like that. But when you can kind of put it to something where someone is trying to do something that brings emotion, I know you were kind of you were kind of tasked with starting to get some of this technology into the engine so that we could start to deal with time code and quartz and all of these things. Can you talk a little bit about that and maybe how this relationship pushed in those areas?
Relationship with what exactly?
Well, with actually getting these tools into the engine and responding to what Joel was asking for.
Yeah. So building the system, I think I built the system maybe 2 years, Quartz, before you were playing with it on the live stream. But my background in previous life is music production. And so I was going to school for that. And through that kind of found out that I personally, my brain liked figuring out how things worked more than I liked doing every permutation and creating with it. I liked the system side. And so when I was switching schools, I decided to just lean into that. And so that's how I found audio programming. And I was literally at home when music school was supposed to start. I'm in my grandparents' basement, like audio programming undergraduate degree for video games, and found a DigiPen. So that's my background. So doing this task, it wasn't just solving the core issue of sample accurate scheduling, but also making a UX and a language built into that tool that made musical sense and was just no fat and did exactly what you wanted it to do. As a musician, so it's super fun to see people start to do it, because that's exactly where in my ideal world, that's where I pass the baton off. It's like make the thing, put all the hours there, and then see people make incredible things with it.
Yeah.
So
Joel, coming back to you, the one thing, you kind of talked about a musician, right? A musician is someone who goes in and in the moment, in real time, like Unreal Engine, makes music. Not a pre-canned kind of, okay, I'm going to stand up there and I'm going to wave my hands and I'm just going to let this video play along with the audio. Can you talk a little bit about the depth of musicianship that you like to have, but not only in the context of the audio, but really the entire experience, and you can actually extrapolate out from that and say, there's the experience in the venue and beyond.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that makes Unreal pretty much the driving force of all these things to do in terms of like the modularity between tools, but also the modularity between the tools and the content, because the content it exists in this tangible form where it's exploratory from multiple angles or multiplayer video games. We all know video games, so it has this kind of quality about it where no two shows could be the same. And that's just on a 2D screen perceptive where you're watching the show and you're seeing the content on the wall at the end of the day. Could be a render, could not, but for the performer, as they're adjusting inputs, whether it's a band playing and just kind of deviating off script, or a DJ deviating from script and doing some kind of mixer DJ trick, or a piece of gear that does something. There's a certain amount of deviation in what I do as a performer. And the way that content then lives on is it's packageable, it's buildable, it's executable, it's distributable. So once you kind of have collected a lot of ideas and art and scenes and sequences, although they're being controlled by various different means, it's also allowed to live in somebody's phone, on their desktop, as a game or an interactive experience. I hate that phrase, but that's what it is.
Yeah. So I mean, to me also, there's the idea of this. We're into jazz, and I actually see it quite a bit as jazz in that you're improvising, right? You have
that
your
is
song.
the ultimate definition of meta sounds and quartz.
Right.
Quartz is robot techno. This is Dave Brubeck.
Right.
And here I am fighting with both of them at all times.
Right.
Aaron can't sit here. Quartz and meta sounds can't be together.
One of my favorite, I'll tell a story. One of my favorite things when we first got it working, he made a video and shared it internally of it like all working together. And the video, he very calmly explaining how it all works. At the very end, he calmly says, "And jazz is now a solved problem." And we keep making references to it. You'll see if we're hanging out, well, someone will do something impressive, and then at the end we'll punctuate it with, "And jazz is now a solved problem." Anyways, he knew that it would get under my skin, and so he does that a lot.
And I just do this.
Yeah, there you go.
Play nice.
So recently you've also gotten into going beyond the space and kind of getting out there a little bit also with Meowington.
Oh yeah, that was actually that's been like, if you want to count those years, that's been like a 5-year-long death. So is it The Witcher? It should be, but it's not. I had obviously it got to a point where I had this underlying blueprints and actors and stuff, basic bouncing boxes perfectly to the beat, and MetaSounds was controlling the pitch of the waveform that I'm playing, that I'm clocking to, and that's moving smoothly. I'm getting a beautiful 120 hertz of motion. This is amazing. I'm not that great of an artist, so I went. Actually, I'm a terrible artist. I go over to Fab, downloaded some Cat, and started playing with engine features that kind of had nothing to do with MetaSounds or Quartz, but it's like, okay, how do you build a game? Like, since I'm already here, I might as well. So and then down that rabbit hole of level streaming and building, optimization, texturing, lighting, and this is like, oh geez, here I just wanted to make this thing sync, and now I'm like, I'm kind of building a game, so to speak, a very loose term. So I was playing with physics systems, and I just hit enable physics and gravity, and then my cat just went. And I was like, hey. and then I brought him up on the z-axis and then hit it again, and it went, and I was like, oh my god, that's hilarious. And then I started adding physics constraints and whipping the thing around. I was like, oh my god, that looks hilarious. This could actually be a funny game. And now I understand how Goat Simulator works. And so I said, okay, but let's get serious. So imagine, if you will, a sleepy cat with a physics handle on his butt and his head. Okay, so I have an LFO that's being driven by Quartz, and MetaSounds is respecting Quartz and playing my music to that. So this sleepy cat, he's bouncing his head, and I've got my debug out, so I see the physics handles, and then I put one on the butt. Oh, it's gonna go a different LFO, and I'm like, oh my god. Hide the physics handles, and this cat is dancing, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, this is the sauce. So, and then I had to get into widgets, which was another fun experience, and wiring up the widgets to the blueprint to talk to the MetaSound. Well, actually, once the audio was working, I didn't really have to bother with the MetaSounds once. It was more like doing custom event delegation from Quartz and building animation ramps that would go from 0 to 1 over the course of a bar. And then during that time, the trick was just adding delta time and then resetting every bar, basically, and then using tick rate to read a float ramp that I could draw. So it's kind of like a remapper. So I could draw little dance patterns, and then it would just loop and repeat and go to the music. And then I had this dancing cat, and it was playing my music, and I'm like, will this build? Hit build, and then it's an EXE, and I'm like, oh my god, I made a video game, I think. And then of course I hired a good friend of mine. He's now my studio partner, Cameron Rocky. I don't know where he's at. Oh, there he is. wonderful genius guy. He's the Unreal guy. He knows about, data replication, multiplayer, and all this stuff. So every day I'm throwing pipe bombs at him. I'm like, yeah, just make it multiplayer. He's like, oh, okay. Yeah. So after a year, probably even the last 6 months of him toiling around with that and me coming up with all these ideas, okay, now let's make a procedural walking system because you can't just dance. And it turned into a mini game of sorts that I'd recently just pushed online. It's Meowington Simulator. It's on Steam for the low price of $5. It's got unreleased music and it's uncompressed. So when I built the game, I went into the audio asset because I was looking at encoders, right? And I'm like,
we have too many.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm, me and my ear in the studio. I was like, Bink, yeah, it's good for this, but so I just went unadulterated, straight PCM. So
that's a solution. That's an option for a reason.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need it.
And I totally did forced inline loading on it, so that the music quality in Meowington Simulator is the best in the world, where you're going to get my music.
Yes.
Because it's
needs perfect sample.
Do not data mine it. Buy the game. No, it's great. So I thought that was like an interesting hook. So I also decided, hey, I'll make some unreleased music that I just hadn't put on albums, and I'll throw that in the game and stuff like that. And then we published it out, and 5 years of work, it's really paying off. I think I sold like 200 copies. So.
So I'll plug. You pinged me when it went live, and I bought the first 3 copies. Probably.
I think so. Yeah.
I bought a copy for myself. I gifted one for my wife, who's a big fan.
And then I paid for dinner twice this week.
You did, so we're even.
It was the McDonald's, right?
Yeah. And then I sent one to Max. I was like, here, Max. But I will say also, when you were a couple months before release, you said, hey, do you want to come and check it out? And we did a VR tour of it. Do you remember that? You and Cameron and I toured through it. And I want to say that was super fun. Thank you for letting me tour it in VR. But it is really fun in VR to see these little cats walking around and dancing, and the multiplayer component of it is really cool. It's fun. It's silly.
Game of the year.
I'm going to come back to that concept, but before, I'm going to go into a little bit of a technical deep dive, but kind of for all industries to understand, having things with time code, sample rates, understanding how to break things down mathematically, seems like it should be something that is relatively interesting or simple. However, then lay physics, like real world physics on top of that, things get very, very complicated very, very quickly. And so just even thinking about the difference between media and entertainment and music, media and entertainment, you have a clock that's ticking, but you have to deal with, you have to break that into little and small pieces for your samples to make sure that they're going to work with your input and everything like that. Can you guys talk a little bit about the challenges that surround that, and how do you meet those challenges?
Sure. Yeah.
Can I phrase a little bit and hand it off to Max?
Yeah,
a little bit more?
please.
My interpreter.
Well, I want to add to your question.
Yeah.
Or at least explain where some of the challenges lie. One of the issues of AV sync, in terms of latency and time code and synchronizing all this stuff, in video games, it's more than just AV sync. It's more than just sync between what you see and what you hear. It's also synchronization with what you feel.
Right.
It's the interaction, the latency between pushing a button and hearing the endpoint. It's also the latency between visuals, like things that you see, and also the latency between things that you hear. Mm-hmm. And all of those have different domains of perception, like where the threshold at which you perceive things. Mm-hmm. And they all have widely varying constraints of where it's successful. And I think that's one of the key challenges in this space. And then I'll hand it off to Max to explain how we've solved it all.
Yeah. One of the big problems with AV sync in games is you have the game thread is running at frame rate, 60 hertz, 120 hertz, if you're lucky. And then the audio engine is running at an audio block rate, some 48 48,000 samples, a few milliseconds at a time. So you have these two grids that you're fighting with that you don't even think about on a daily basis. And the game thread is where you decide to play a sound or not. So if you're trying to play a sound and have it start on a downbeat and you're doing that logic at 60 hertz, you might be late. And then it gets to the audio thread who said, oh, I just started rendering. You're going to have to wait until my next block. So you're getting quantized to these two grids that have nothing to do with your goals. That's the big problem. And the way Quartz solves it is it's a scheduler, so you have to schedule ahead. You have to give it a little bit of time, but not much, 16th note. And it'll schedule ahead, and it'll hold on to that request. It'll do the math on how far in the future that request is to have the event you want start on the musical bar or beat or whatever. And it'll count down as it renders audio buffers. And it'll say, okay, it's supposed to happen 127 samples into the next audio buffer. And the other thing to understand about audio rendering is there's a lot of work and vectorization done to leverage the fact that you can render 48,000 samples or 2048 samples or however big your block size is up front. So we don't want to split it up just to start one sound. So when it's time for that final buffer where you want the onset of that sound to start, it just runs that sound source through a delay line so that it's sample accurate and it's not doing anything fancy compared to any regular sound source. So that's how the game thread to audio thread portion of Quartz works.
So I'll add a little bit to that, just to be real clear. So sample rates are 48,000 samples a second because the highest frequency you can hear as a human is 20,000 hertz.
So let's just double it.
Yeah. And so the sort of math of sampling
for the dogs.
Yeah, it's a sort of fundamental principles. You need to, have something sampling the reality at a rate twice of what you could possibly see or hear. It's the same math in graphics and in audio. Rendering 48,000 samples a second straight to hardware, like in a naive way, where you say the hardware goes, give me another sample, and then you send it to the hardware. That's way too fast. So the audio would sound stuttering. It wouldn't be able to keep up. So you render a whole bunch in a block. It's the analog in graphics where you don't render a pixel and send it to hardware. You render a whole texture in a 2D grid, and your graphics cards are designed to do parallel processing of lots of pixels at kind of relatively low rate. I'm sorry, 60 frames a second is nowhere near 48,000 frames a second, graphics people. But you're rendering a slow, very slow rate texture, but in parallel. Audio renders a slow rate block in serial. So the sort of paradigm difference is parallel versus serial rendering. And so you're rendering in time a block of audio, and you consume parameters from the game thread at that block rate. So if you're rendering at 48,000, you might be rendering per block 512 samples, or 1,024 by default. He hates it. You're consuming parameters from the game at that rate, which increases the feeling of latency. Mm-hmm. And it's also hard to get perfect timing for something like music. And so Quartz has this mechanism where you can delay the request, and then it gets to the last second and it schedules it in that block at the exact sample that you want the sound to start playing. And he does it with this delay line, so you don't have to go in the loop in the code. You're not like, is this the right sample? Is this the right sample? Is this the right sample? Okay, now I do it, so it's a little bit optimized. And delays are one of the bread and butter things that we have in audio. It's a little circular buffer. And so you can get it down so that the audio starts rendering at the exact sample very efficiently, and then all of your audio can line up. And sample accuracy is extremely important for audio. I would say it's far more important than people realize.
But it's also important to realize that you're dealing with a kind of your GPU frame buffer running at 60, and then your audio buffer, which is essentially the same thing, but just audio data going this way instead of that way, on two completely unrelated clocks.
Yes. They're completely uncorrelated, which is very important. If you correlated it, everything would fall apart. You want them to kind of do their thing as fast as possible without having to talk to each other with critical sections or any kind of.
The only real solution is to get a game to run at 48,000 FPS.
Yeah. Eventually, the graphics team, graphics people will catch up with how fast we can do things in audio.
I don't know if the physics team will like that floating point error.
That's the math of it.
Yeah. Yes.
How does that make you feel, though?
How do I really feel?
No, because seriously, I mean, we kind of talked about this a little bit. This stuff is important because it actually makes everyone here feel a way. They might not be able to articulate what that is, but you on stage,
exactly right.
you have to be in the moment. I mean, you have to be in your emotion and what it is, and if you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it.
That is due to a myriad of latency things in between what I feel and what's happening on the computer. Okay, so let's start. We now know the low level that, okay, so our visuals are at 60 hertz or 120 on a good day. So 60 hertz, let's just agree on 60 because it's easy math, right? That's 7 milliseconds of time between your GPU buffer refreshing to the next frame. 7 milliseconds. It's actually a long time in terms of audio. But that's just the start of the latency, okay? And then you have the monitor, right? You got a refresh rate there. That's not necessarily lining up perfectly, and like, well, G-Sync, I'm not gonna talk about G-Sync. But it's, that kind of holds that in frame. And then you, just as a gamer, you have three electrochemical systems working in your body that are experiencing, so believe it or not, it's latency. Eyes are faster than ears. Touch is slower than that, and that's in the microseconds too, but they're there and they add up. Then when you take that to stage, now you're every 300 feet, you've got a certain amount of milliseconds. So one of the ways that you would change the feeling is that you in the front row would feel probably better if I had tuned that 0 or close to near 0 latency on my end than the guy in the back by about 3 milliseconds. Now, throw this in a venue that's 300 feet back, okay? So the way that we deal with this problem is two methods. One is a time-delayed rig for the audio, meaning that we got speakers up front, you got speakers in the middle and the back. But we're talking about half a mile of audience, which I have yet to do. But some people have done that and solved that. Then I time our visual systems, whether it's Unreal or Touch Designer or anything, we time it to front of house, which is generally in the middle of the crowd. So front of house is seeing it the best. They're hearing the kick, and then they're seeing the strobe, and it's like, it's locked. It feels good to them. I'm on stage, and I can kind of see the LED wall behind me sometimes. So if I just say, flashed a quarter note of 3 frames of video at 5,000 NITs, I'm gonna see it and feel it. It's early because it's got to be on time for the front of house guys. So the other guys are introducing more latency for that, and then people way in the back, it's actually late. And of all the comments I say on Instagram posts, there was one the other week that I was really insightful and knowledgeable, and I got like 2 likes on it. But somebody,
I was one of them.
Somebody, were you actually?
Max was the other one. No.
Oh, okay. I saw a video of somebody filming a concert from a rooftop balcony a mile away to a Rufus Del Sol concert, and I don't know, he's got that one song like, and the light programmer, I've seen that show before. Whoever striped that track, I'm sure it was, had the light striped for the lights to hit on the sound. And as this person's filming from a balcony a mile away, you see this flash of light.
And then you hear it.
And then you hear it, like almost 3 seconds. And then I said in the comments, this is a really good example of why you need to. And I was, shut up, Joel, you're just a hater. I'm like, oh my God.
I didn't see that, but I would have liked that.
Oh, it was, I was just saying, hey, this is a really good example of the speed of sound versus the speed of light.
Right.
And it was like,
So I want to say, as a former high school physics teacher,
oh boy,
I would say that the speed of sound and the issues with the speed of sound are one of my favorite things to talk about. So I also was in marching band, if you could believe it. One time,
looks like we just lost all the whole audience.
So I want to bring this up though, and I'm losing everybody on the live stream. But anyways, I want to say though is that in marching bands, if you notice, they've got conductors spread across the field. It's exactly the same problem, because if you're on one end of the field and you're listening to the band on the other side of the field, everything's gonna sound terrible.
It's off.
And you have to, as a marching band performer, ignore what you hear and just watch the guy that you can see in your vision so that you can play. I'm doing this because I'm a trumpet player, but you can play exactly to the beat. And you have to have everything memorized and ignore everything else, just as a DJ has to ignore everything being out of sync. So I'm saying if you're in marching band, you're kind of like a DJ as well.
Oh, don't even get me started on
I'm just saying, like, you kind of have to have the same skills somewhat. So, but hey, so you brought up this idea of pulse. We
Just
were talking
far
about
less tattoos and stuff, though.
There's a few more. They're all hidden under here.
Yeah, okay. Right.
So, but I would say you were talking about pulse. One of the things about what Quartz and I think is important is to talk about anticipation. So this issue of repetition and beat that we have as musicians, as performers, and dancers and appreciators of music, is that you get this sort of expectation of something that's going to happen at beat, and if anything is slightly jittery or off, it's going to feel horrible.
Even at 60.
Absolutely.
Even at 60, the difference between hitting on frame 60 and 61 as a musician, it's a different feeling.
And for some people, much more so than other people. So that's the other thing,
Yeah,
right?
like you're a bass player, right?
Yeah.
You play with the drummer, can't keep a beat, like as a bass player, you'd be like, get the hell out of here.
But then there's some people who you play with where your groove is so fat, and it's because you have one on one side of the beat and one on the other side, and so it makes the audience feel, it just feels meaty. It feels like a groove, right? And that's what it is.
But then it goes the other way too, because if you're too good of a drummer, you get kicked out of the Foo Fighters.
Yeah.
That's just true. Damn. I never, well, hell.
And so, the cool thing though, in lots of genres of music that aren't electronic, you get this issue of like playing with that pulse, you feel the pulse, but what you hear is a little bit off of the pulse.
Right.
And being able to do that requires like extreme precision, of like 2-3 milliseconds of timing. And it's something that you wouldn't necessarily hear from the sense of like, I see something and I hear something. It's the anticipatory feeling. So your perception of time is actually dependent also on that setup of expectation. And that's where something like Quartz has that sort of beat. You can quantize on the next bar boundary, on the next beat boundary, where, if you, it's not about minimizing latency, it's about perfecting the timing so you maximize the groove, you know?
And then, it goes into neuroscience.
Yeah, then it goes into neuroscience.
Which is fascinating and tied in. So, okay, now, I want to ask you, Joel, for the future, if you're sitting here asking us to deliver something for you so that you can, because you're definitely future looking, what are those things that you're asking for?
Yeah, it's a constant stream.
Schedule MetaSound watchers.
Yes, yeah. This was a huge idea.
And for you, Santa B, ramp provision at TIC.
Yeah. Phase
you were
preservation.
close with the percent thing.
Yeah. Extrapolation.
Yeah. Well, that's it. That's all I want for Christmas.
His face is getting red.
For the lay audience, expand on that a little bit.
You want
to? Well, sure. I just it was a challenge and a problem that didn't have an immediate solution, and we rapped on it online and all this stuff is. So my approach to animation or bouncing a dead cat around or a sleepy cat around. It was.
So we know it's actually.
It was like, okay, well, I'm not an animator. I'm not gonna make like 200 frame long level sequence and then loop through it, at tick rate and have it do that cool thing. I work in. I come from the modular world and audio programming a little bit, in node-based systems for music, and what I use a lot are called low-frequency oscillations, which LFOs. I'm sure if you're not familiar with it, it's just basically a cycle, a loop of a waveform. So I like ramp-based events for modifying content, which is just, again, it's just a float from 0 to 1 over time, and if that time is 120 BPM, it's that's my thing. So I was like, okay, cool. Which one of you subsystems can generate a nice smooth ramp, And I'm like, okay, MetaSounds. Okay, a watch output.
So what?
And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, one of the things.
Go on, defend yourself.
Well, I just want to explain. So
go ahead, drummer boy.
Come on.
All right, so in the MetaSounds allow you to hook up an output, which is cool because normally you think of like, oh, I need to get the data from the game into the MetaSound, but you can also get data from the MetaSound back to the game. What he's explaining or complaining about is that the output just gets put onto the game thread and then read out whenever. There's no scheduled output.
I learned that.
Yeah, and one of the this gets at the thing is like you're scheduling for the game thread. The game thread's already really like terrible rate, you know. But there is a cool idea to potentially schedule it such that when an event happens in a MetaSound, you can write it to something that's time coded that then can get read properly out in the game thread, and potentially you could even author it so that it's ahead of when you need to visualize it.
And by you mean?
Yeah, I mean me. Yeah, by you I mean
The
actually
third
my
person
team. I'm
kinda,
gonna
yeah,
tell them
exactly.
to do it. I'm not the only one anymore. But
we'll talk about Aaron.
It's okay.
Aaron will talk about Aaron.
I quickly realized it was an obvious limitation and not a screw up. So I'm like, okay, let's go over to Quartz. Hey, Max, can you write an event delegation from Quartz and just spit out a ramp from 0 to 1? And he's like, well, you know, it reads from block level, and yeah, it came close. So it's good for UIs, you know, for percentages. But again, when you actually monitor the data, like and look at the UTC and the debug, it's like, you know, repeating some value sometimes, and you're like, okay, well, you know what, that actually makes sense that wouldn't work either because whatever. So ultimately, I solved the challenge by taking Eventic and taking the delta time, adding the delta time, and then just repeating, setting the variable, and then using Quartz, scheduling an event on the downbeat to say set delta time to 0, and then it just starts again. So then that's giving me 0 to 1 smooth, beautiful. But the problem I had with it, well, it's not really a big problem if you're doing like bar ramps, because you can extrapolate anything from a bar ramp. Like I could get quarter notes, I could get whatever, I just modulo it or multiply it and add a 1 integer to it to denote that I'm at bar 1, and then here's the in-between bar, and then now it's bar 2 and in-between bar. So it's just race condition stuff at that point, and that was easy to figure out. But I kind of came in now, I'm facing the challenge of, well, what about the in-between stuff, or at a certain point going backwards and stuff like that? It doesn't work. You know, you got to kind of math it out. So we're working on that.
Yeah. If you ever were worried or curious if he wasn't really in the weeds, this guy is so in the weeds. This is constant. The last couple of days we've been hearing, go on.
I'll defend my ramp.
Yeah.
I'll die on my ramp.
Anyways, one of the things that I think is really cool about what he's talking about, that's actually at the root of a lot of stuff, and I think is really kind of neat, is pulse and feel is not just a sequence of events that are isolated. There's actually a phase that exists between events. So in music, you kind of have this sort of feeling of bars and this repetition. If you can think of like the point between where things repeat as a kind of cycle, and as long as you're maintaining that phase throughout, you can do really exciting things, like, you know, that classic like bouncing ball issue, like you know, kind of a thing. It's a classic thing in electronic music.
Again, with the sleepy cat, with the head and bouncing, I don't save that ramp variable and just go this, because otherwise the cat's head's going and it's magically jumping. So, but what's interesting, and I saw it right away because I know with the audio design, but when I was using that float to read a ramp curve, my head bounce is actually, it's not anything close to that. It's that, and then it's a little skip before. And then I massage the phase of the ramp so that it feels right.
Exactly. That's exactly right. The feel is often, I think that's what swing is. Right. Is a mapping function and phase and 2 beats, you know?
Or clave.
Or all these kinds of things. And so the power of maintaining phase allows you to do a lot of really powerful stuff. And in MetaSounds, we have sample accurate triggers and things that allow you to trigger on threshold change. So you can do a lot of really cool ramping stuff within MetaSounds, but not between the game thread and MetaSound, this kind of stuff. We've been brainstorming about ways of getting, we call it deep Quartz integration. Quartz right now is used to start MetaSounds, but it doesn't continue throughout. And so there's some ideas of like having a continuous master clock for events to synchronize all through the whole pipeline, potentially working with SMPTE. or all of these kinds of protocols, and we can talk about that.
SMPTE 2110.
SMPTE, yeah, that one.
I always screwed up.
Yeah, that's all right.
But there's this idea of having a through line where all these different systems can kind of tap in and read from a perfectly continuous and synchronized data stream.
Or they can be on their own and then assembled at the right point.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So for the people who are here, they've been able to see some things around and hear talks and everything. There is a live stream that is going on, so there are people who aren't here. One thing that I love about UE Fest is you get to see these amazing technologies, and then you see someone who is ultra creative going, I know what I can do with that. What have you seen, Joel?
From others?
From being here, what is it that you are like, that's the thing that I'm about to...
I've been exploring the floor over the last couple days, and again, just kind of being thrown technologies that I kind of heard whispers about, but seeing them used in practical cases, it's like, oh, I get it now, okay. Yeah, like the motion designer, for example, was just thrown at me 2 days ago, and I was just always dragging my feet on Niagara things. I'm like, okay, cool. What's this? Oh my God, it's Niagara, but better for me. And I was like, okay, well, this is really exciting.
Yeah.
And then. It's really lifted a lot of actually just looking at Homeboy's patch today was just a huge breath of fresh air, because I see a lot of these developers.
Patrick Hart?
Yes. I see.
Club?
Yeah. I thank you. I don't know.
Homeboy's patch.
I see a lot of demos on YouTube.
He's going to name it that.
Clips of technology, and they're like, oh my God, this guy is next level genius, and he's doing some crazy deep assembly or something, I don't know, but he's just doing some devil magic back there. And then when you see them and you realize how much in common you have in terms of workflows and stuff like that, it's like, oh my God, that was just quartz. And it was done in a blueprint, and the meta sounds, it's not actually some big Godzilla meta patch sound, it's a combination of bite-sized things that I can handle. And actually a good anecdote I have about kind of how I learned things from the Unreal community and being here is I was in the studio with Hans Zimmer once, and he come over, and I'm thinking oh wow, he's inviting me to his studio. I gotta go. This is insane, because this guy's so well praised and very talented and stuff. So I'm thinking I'm gonna show up and he's gonna have his coattails and his piano. Actually, I walked into probably the most cigar-laden haze, of a studio, and I was like, "Hey, man, nice to meet you." And I'm thinking, okay, so well, he's like, "Oh, yeah," showing me around. I'm like, "So how do you start? Someone says Batman, go, and what's day one?"
Right.
And he's just like, I just I draw it in MIDI, and he showed me that he just draws the notes. I'm like, you can play, right? He goes, yeah, but I don't like to play. I'm out of touch. I don't really play as much as I did. And he's sitting there just using a tracker, and he's drawing notes, and that's when it hit me, and I'm like, oh my God, I do that.
That's
right. Because I don't play, So I thought this guy was just this magical force that just outputted creativity, and then people's jobs were around to capture it, and it wasn't. It was the total opposite. I was like, oh my God, okay, this is actually, having seen this and being involved or allowed into that window like Unreal users are, into the source code and into other users and stuff like that, I was like, okay, that takes a lot of stress on my life.
Freeing.
I'm going to go back home and use my piano roll and say, damn right, I use the piano roll and I draw notes,
Yeah, it's freeing.
It is very liberating.
Yeah. Well, awesome. I want to take this opportunity to also open it up to the audience that is here. So there's a microphone here. If anybody would like to ask a question, please line up right there.
Well, this guy, he's
look at that.
He was born for this.
Damn.
Well, I sat right here just so I could stand up.
Thought ahead.